Shawn, do you know, are we good to start? All right. All right, good evening, everyone. Welcome to tonight's City Council special meeting for Monday, August 24th. I call this meeting to order. If you're able to do so, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. City Clerk, if you could please take roll call.
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson.
Present.
Member Bethel.
Present.
Member Prang.
Present.
Member Russell.
Present.
Member Summerson.
Present.
Member Ward.
Present.
And Mayor Sierra.
Present.
Let the record show 7 present.
All right, so we have three study session items for tonight. Up first is our City Manager Recruitment. So we have CPS here to present. So we have City Attorney Tamara Niles, Gloria, Timmons, and David Niemeyer of CPS HR Consulting here to provide a presentation to develop the City Manager Recruitment Brochure. And I believe David, Gloria, you both online?
Dave Niemeyer is here.
Okay.
Gloria will be in person in a few minutes. She ran into some heavy traffic, but we can get started.
That sounds great. David, thank you so much.
Sure.
All right, let me know if
All
you're
right.
able to see the presentation, David. I see it on our screen. Are you able to see it on the YouTube?
I have it in front of me on my laptop. So there we go. Fantastic. Well, again, first of all, again, Dave Niemeyer with CPS HR, we appreciate the opportunity to help the City of Englewood in this, one of the most important things you'll do as a council, which is picking your next city manager. So what I'd like to do is really kind of walk you through this PowerPoint. What we first want to do is just after introductions is go through the process a little bit, but the most important thing is to really get feedback from you on kind of a number of issues tonight. So if we could go to the next slide. So tonight, we're going to review the timeline. One of the things that you will find from us is we will be very communicative throughout this whole process. What I've done on previous recruitments, we typically give councils a weekly update at the end of the week by email. Sometimes councils would like to also chat with us. That's really up to you, but you'll get a regular weekly update as we go through this process. Tonight, we're going to be reviewing a salary survey we did, talk about some of the competing recruitments. Gloria is bringing a draft brochure. We also want to review the timeline, talk to you about stakeholders and also the ads that we're going to be placing, and of course, get your questions and feedback. So go to the next one here. So again, so I've been with CPS HR for 5 years. Prior to that, I was a city manager for 35 years, serving 7 communities. And so in my CPS HR career, as well as my city manager career, I've done over 50 recruitments. Gloria has been with CPS for 10 years and has had a long career in state and higher education government, also conducting a substantial number of executive recruitments. So now we'll go through the process. So some of this, if you've used recruiters before, it's pretty similar, but this is the beginning of the step of phase 1. So we use these engagements meetings to gather information from you. We talked to several of the department heads last week. And again, there may be other stakeholders you want us to talk to. Often when we do these city manager recruitments, councils will ask to talk to business leaders, potentially union leaders, residential groups. So that's certainly a possibility. We would obviously want to know that up front. That also is going to affect the time frame, but we can talk about that a bit. So what we'll do with that information is create an ideal candidate profile, and it'll identify some of the key attributes and the priorities that you've identified, and things like leadership style, what kind of council communication they want, how active you want someone to be in the community, their financial skills, maybe their economic development skills. Those are the types of things that we need to know so we can make sure and we find the candidate that meets your needs the best. And obviously some of your opportunities. All right, so we go to the next slide. Okay, so candidate,
Actually, I believe we skipped one slide.
yeah, we did. Yep.
Go back to
Yeah,
phase
there's a
two.
slide, aggressive recruiting. So once we have gone through the process of getting the stakeholder input, we received their feedback on the brochure and published a final brochure, published the ads. What we do is we have a database, over 200,000 candidates. City manager candidates are probably about in the 10 to 15,000 range. We'll do an e-blast to everyone on our list. Now, as you can imagine, a lot of those people would not be interested. This is, what I call this is what we call our awareness campaign. That first week, getting word out to potential candidates, getting ads out, often from that first email blast. So we do get some initial inquiries. We'll follow up with them. But where Gloria and my work will come in will be in those second, third, and fourth week. We like to recommend a 30-day outreach from the day that the brochure is published till the end of the period, what we call a first review of resumes period. We can still continue to take resumes, but we like to kind of have a first cutoff to encourage candidates to apply. So some of the things we look at besides our database. I've been an active member of ICMA for about 40 years, so obviously I have a lot of contacts through that. Range writers, what they call your senior advisors now in Colorado, retired managers or people I will talk to get ideas on candidates. We'll talk to senior advisors really throughout the Western region. This will be a national search cell. And often we find that we do get candidates from the state as well as the area, but we want to make sure that we hit as many states as possible through this process. We'll use LinkedIn. Besides our personal contacts, we use Zoom Info, which is another separate database where we can get candidates where we maybe have missed in other databases. And then just sometimes municipal websites. If we can't find someone somewhere else, we'll find them on their city website. So our focus would be managers and assistant managers from cities with experiences in comparable sized communities, or those who are maybe in smaller communities but kind of working their way up, or even larger communities. And the key is kind of looking for one that has similar opportunities and challenges, and again meets the criteria that you set for us. Talked about the nationwide search, so we could go on to the next slide here. Yeah, thank you. So once we have passed the deadline and we've done our outreach, we will work and screen the top candidates. And so what we'll do is we'll try to identify, the pool can be anywhere from 10 to 20 candidates that we'll screen. We'll do screening interviews with them where we'll ask them, a little bit about their job past, about their knowledge of Englewood. We'll get some questions about their leadership skills, their technical skills. Find out if they've done their homework on the city. And we'll really push them to kind of get real world examples for the types of things that they cite. So one of the things that we do that is kind of unique, we do have references, but we have 6 references where we'll ask for subordinates, people that they worked with, as well as supervisors. So, and that's something that we will check that for all semifinal candidates. All right, so next slide, please. Yeah, so Yeah, there we go. Okay. So the selection process, this is really the third phase. And so we'll work with you on coordinating interviews. Often what we see is a semifinal and final interview process. Um, Semifinal is normally done, they're not always remotely, this day and age. And this gives you an opportunity to really kind of see if that person is worthy of making it to that next final round. Often it's anywhere from 5 to 8 candidates at that semifinal round. And so we would work with you on developing the questions and other criteria for that. After that, this would be your determination, we would set the finalists. We always recommend at least 3 finalists. You never know what happens. People drop out in the interim all the time at each step. And so, or they may have a final interview that may just be really bad. And what we want to give you choices. We don't want a situation where you pick 2 candidates and one drops out or one has a bad interview and you're stuck with one. So we like to encourage 3 to 4 finalists. We will give you a report on those candidates. You'll also get a report before the semifinalists with all the candidates that have applied. You'll get a list of all of them as well as the ones we're recommending. But with this one, you'll get our reference summaries, which I mentioned earlier. We'll have a media search done of those candidates. We'll have a candidate summary profile. And again, we will help you through the whole process. What many councils do, I've often seen it where there's another part of the process for the final interviews. Might have a town hall meeting. Might have something where you have department heads interview them to kind of give you their perspective. You might have businesses involved in the process. You might have something where you have kind of a meet and greet for people to come. So those are all the types of things that we will help you with. Often these are over at least a day, sometimes more than that. And we'll develop all the materials for you throughout that process. So we can go to slide 8 now. Yes, thank you. And then again, we will, for the finalist candidates, we will do a background check in terms of credit checks, financial, civil, criminal, education check. Obviously, if we see any red flags in this process, that's certainly something we would notify with you. And for your final candidate, we can assist you with negotiations for the salary and contract if need be. That is something that we've done many times. So that's kind of the process that we follow. So again tonight, and I know Gloria, I think is here now. So I'm going to want to talk a little bit, but what we're going to talk about now is a few things. And one of the things that we'd like to get some feedback from is often in these searches, what we see is a small working group, usually of a couple of board members, 1 or 2 staff members that kind of work with us through the whole process. This is somebody that as we're finalizing the brochure, we're getting brochures in, or we're getting resumes in, that we are kind of keeping them in the loop. We will work with them in terms of kind of developing questions for the interview process. We'll work with them on logistics, finalizing dates. So that would be something that we would ask you to think about. We'd love to have a couple of you volunteer, and then potentially have 1 or 2 staff members on that. So that is kind of question, I guess, outreach 1. If there's any feedback on that.
David, thank you very much for that. Good evening, Gloria. Good to see you here today. I guess anybody have any feedback regarding the first question regarding council of involvement for this potential search committee? And I myself would like to volunteer as part of that initial process. So this, David, sounds to be just the initial phase 1 involvement, correct? It doesn't involve phase 2, phase 3 of the involvement, correct?
Well, it involves us because we'll need to work with you in terms of getting, dates finalized, getting, the types of questions you want asked. With some panels, they have the committees just do the semifinal rounds. I'm thinking from what I'm hearing that you probably want the whole council for both the semifinal and final rounds, but it's also helpful to work with us to somebody to get dates set to say, we'll develop questions and to kind of run questions by you. So that's really the major purpose of this steering committee.
And I appreciate that, David. Member Prang, go ahead. I see you got a question.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not sure how much I could assist with setting dates, but I'd sure like to participate in helping to set questions and just being part of that process.
Great.
Thank you.
Great. Any desire to have a staff or two on the committee?
I would not be opposed to having members of staff as part of that.
I would just say as long as it's somebody we're sure is not applying. That's it. Right.
That would probably make sense, so yes.
Yeah.
Anybody opposed to that within council? Don't see any disagreement there. All right, go ahead, David.
Okay. All right. So the next thing we're going to review is the salary data. So we did have a survey completed. We have somebody in-house who looked at salaries in the area. Gloria, are you ready to present that?
I was going to say, do we happen to have anything online for those members, the 2 members that weren't able to make it?
I can send them an email.
Yes, please, if you wouldn't mind. And I'll have, Shawn, if you wouldn't mind providing Joe and Tina's email address to Gloria.
Yeah.
But David, go ahead.
While Gloria's passing this out, and I know she was getting into it, but I will remark, one of the situations we're facing, and you probably are aware of this, is there's a large number of city manager recruitments going on in the area. So I think that speaks to the importance of a couple of things. One, making sure that you have competitive salary, but also, wanting to make sure we can move forward with this recruitment on a timely basis. So, Gloria, you want to go over what we found?
Oh, sorry. 1 second, David.
Yeah.
Let's see. I think I sent it to you already. Oh, not the updated version.
And Gloria, while you're doing that, I just wanted to make those in the present here inside, I just asked for the volume to be turned up a bit. Just seems like it's a little hard to hear, at least on my side.
I'll go ahead and start. I'm having a little bit of, my computer's waiting a minute to hook up to your Wi-Fi. Yes, so we had one of our compensation specialists do some research. If you want to look kind of halfway down the page that I just handed to you, it references the agencies that we looked at for comps on the salary. We know Erie and North Glen are pretty much in the process now. We know some new ones are Golden and, gosh, I think Loveland as well. We didn't use Loveland or Golden as comparables, but in terms of our discussion tonight as we talk about timeline and wanting to move the recruitment forward, I think it's important to know that we've got some competition in Colorado for city manager recruitments. But
Is your Wi-Fi going through, Gloria? If not, I can hand you my credentials if needed.
so sorry.
I
don't
did
know
just
why
take a
it's giving me a
photo
hard
and
time.
send it to both council members on Teams. So hopefully they can zoom in and see it.
Okay, perfect. Okay, thank you. Okay. So hopefully everyone has that now. In any case, so those were the comparable cities that we looked at. On the backside, that table, you can see the specific data that we pulled, including population, the minimum, maximum, whatever was appropriate, and then compared it to your current city management minimum, midpoint, and max. She then made some recommendations. As you can see, Englewood is lagging behind the market. And to be competitive in this market, we're making a recommendation that your current range be increased to make it a little bit more of interest to potential strong candidates. So recommending a proposed range of 214 to 322. We also looked at a couple of current salaries within your executive leadership, and it seemed that you probably want your city manager to come in and be at that level, if not a little bit higher. And this new range that we're proposing would make that a reality. So that's just very high-level overview. You're welcome to look at the specifics, ask any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much for that. Gloria, any questions from members of council? Not able to see online. Member Prang or Member Anderson, do you have questions? I don't see your hand raised.
No questions for me at this point. Thank you.
Okay. Go ahead, Member Russell. Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Did I not see? I
Go ahead,
just didn't see it.
Steve.
Go ahead, Member Ward.
So the comparable sheet that we have here essentially takes equivalent populations, but I'm wondering if there are character traits that some of these cities have in common with us. For instance, we have our own water treatment plant. We own a wastewater treatment plant. We're a full-service city. Not all of these cities are. Is there some nuance to this sheet, I guess, is what I'm asking? Because when I look at a town like Windsor and I see their range, it's far lower than others in the region.
There are probably nuances that we have not incorporated. This is primarily looking at the populations and trying to get other full-service cities, but as you mentioned, there are probably a couple that don't do all of their own services, so, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Go ahead,
usually
member.
with salary surveys, and you raise a good point, but it's population's usually the driving factor, as well as kind of its location next to an urban area. And so that's essentially, we try to identify the ones that you're probably going to be most likely to be competing.
Member Russell.
Thank you. So what about the size of the budget of those cities compared to the budget in Englewood?
Again, that wasn't a part of our research. We can pull that information very easily, but it wasn't incorporated into our initial numbers. We really looked at population primarily and location.
Well, the other thing is, I don't know about what the average income of the population is in those areas either, and that may make a huge difference either. Because I know that we're paying our city manager and our upper employees far more than the average citizen makes in this city. So I think that's another thing that perhaps we should look at.
Is your concern that the recommended range is too high, or?
I am concerned that the recommended range is too high.
Okay.
All right, I'll chime in here. Obviously, I want to make sure that we're competitive in fielding worthy class of applicants. So just since I only had a chance to look at it, I would be okay with the recommendation, but I want to do a little bit more digging into the numbers.
Okay.
But overall, I would be in support of raising our current range.
Yeah, well, we can bring back some additional information, send it to you by email to incorporate into your review.
Thank you very much, Gloria. Actually, one question, I'm not sure if it's listed in here, but these are the current ranges, correct, for these 8 cities?
Yes.
Okay, there we go. There is an actuals number. Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Member Bethel.
Just a curious point of data that I just looked up. Englewood, Colorado's median household income is actually $10,000 above the United States median household income. If we're looking at city manager salary tied percentage-wise to median household income versus other cities.
Okay. Thank you, Member Bethel. And Member Russell.
Thank you. So are any of these cities that you listed, the salary range on, are any of them looking for a new city manager at this time?
So Erie is looking for a new city manager at this time, and North Glen recently, their city manager recently resigned, so we anticipate there will be a recruitment from them here soon.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Member Summerson.
I'd agree that understanding a little bit more about the budgets from each of these cities would be helpful. I'm less concerned about the median income, and in general, I'm favorable of the increased range.
Thank you. Okay.
All right. No, I don't see any further questions. Ms. Timmons?
Okay. I think, Gloria, we, next on our PowerPoint is just discussing the candidate attributes and goals. So, I mean, if you want to kind of lead them through that.
Sure. So I think during the initial process review, David mentioned that one of the key pieces that we prepare as part of the recruitment is an online brochure, if you will. The things that we want to incorporate are the attributes of the ideal candidate, creating this profile that would help potential candidates see why Englewood would be a great opportunity, not just a great job, but a great place to live. And so what we're looking for is feedback from you about those attributes, the goals, city challenges, opportunities. We had an opportunity to meet with the executive leadership team last week and gathered some information from them. We have actually drafted an initial brochure to give you an idea of what it might look like. I've incorporated some of that feedback, but this is by no means a final document. But what we're looking for from you tonight is additional information about what you're looking for in your next city manager, what will make that person successful. And so kind of open it up for feedback from you. And then I also have, as I mentioned, a draft. It's just content, but I'd be happy to share that with you for you to take and review and give us some feedback as well.
Thank you, Ms. Timmons. Anybody want to lead off? Go ahead, Member Ward.
I think that would be very helpful for me. I always like to have a place to start when I look at things to see
Okay.
what is on the table as far as what we may or may not be looking for. And there's potentially some attributes in there that I don't necessarily think we need or desire.
I agree with that, Member Ward. May also have to take a picture of this one and send it to. We're scanning it. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
So this section that as you go through this, you'll see that there's a description of the community, the city, what's attractive about working here, key initiatives. What I'd love your feedback tonight is candidate characteristics, that ideal candidate characteristics. You'll see some examples on page 5 and 6, and then any feedback regarding the key initiatives that we've identified so far, which are on page 4. And then, of course, any questions you might have. We used the current city manager job description to develop the education and experience section. But again, this is all draft. We're happy to have input. And this is all kind of a working document at this point in time.
Thank you, Ms. Timmons. Anybody have anything to add? Any comments? Member Anderson, Member Prang, if there's anything that you want to add, there you go, Member Prang, I see your hand up. Go ahead.
Thank you. I don't have the document in front of me, so I'm just going to kind of speak to things that I would find valuable in this search. First and foremost, I think in the skill set area, I think someone very strong in fiscal skills and accountability around budgeting. And then also, and I think Mayor, you probably will speak to this as well, you know, a desire to have someone that has a strong technological skill set. As we're continuing to navigate a world that increasingly uses technology, and we've engaged in a lot of conversations around detailed questions. It would be nice to have leadership in that area. And then for me, I'll start off with a highly regarded trait for me would be accountability. And just that receptivity to feedback and, you know, strong critical thinking with the ability to graciously be accountable and help us as a council build trust with the community by being accountable. That's all I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Prang. Don't see any further questions online. Anyone else want to chime in? Go ahead, Member Ward.
I defied the instructions and I went ahead and read the profile. I just noted one thing under our city. It says the mayor and the mayor pro tem are elected by the council. The mayor, we actually just had a charter change, and the mayor currently sitting here was elected by the people, not by the council.
Thank you, Member Ward. I think looking over the information within the packet, I think I'm good with that. Ms. Timmons, can you just speak to if there's any changes that we want to make to this, that we just send it to you directly, or if there's any characteristics or anything that we want to add after the meeting, what's the best way to get that information to you?
Yeah, I don't think Tamara wants all of this to go through her, so you can send it directly to me. Any feedback you have, whether it's changes, additional attributes, or initiatives, happy to take any input and feedback.
Sounds good. I appreciate that. All right, I don't see any further questions on this or comments on this, so Gloria, if you want to move on to the next portion.
I think David was going to talk about the review potential ad sources.
Yes. So one of the things we'll do is we will place ads in a variety of different sources. What I will tell you just as kind of a backdrop, when we do our recruitments, a lot of our candidates often come from our recruitment as well as kind of our outreach. Ad sources certainly are important, but it's really, we're not really just relying on that. We're relying kind of on our work to do that. But we certainly we'll have ads in International City Managers Association, which is obviously the key association that managers belong to nationwide. We'll place an ad in the Colorado City and County Management Newsletter. We also do have on LinkedIn, we will have a LinkedIn ad for this. And then, you know, one of the things that we really work on trying to do is giving you as diverse a pool as possible. And so we do that through a number of ways, obviously through our networking, outreach, but we also try to find a number of diverse sources, such as the National Black Public Administrators Association, the National Hispanic Network, So those types of publications are the types of ads that we would also include in. And then finally, the National League of Cities. Even though that's not necessarily geared towards city managers, often we'll find people who in the profession who are interested in it will read that. So that's our ad sources. Again, I'll get all this in writing, and when we go to the next slide, we'll kind of talk a little bit about timetable and stakeholders, because that's tied together a little bit. But we'll get these ad sources in writing so you can see exactly where we're going to place them. So I think, Gloria, I think we're ready to go to that timeline that's on the
Yeah,
next
it's,
page. Yep, right, okay. Yeah.
it's there, yeah.
All right. I don't know if that's on the screen.
Yeah, we are able to see it, David.
Okay, gotcha, okay. So one of the things we heard when we were awarded this contract is the desire for, an aggressive timetable. But this is, again, this is your recruitment. The timetable I'm about to explain is something we can do with a couple of caveats. So typically, what we would spend this first week or two doing is many of the things we talked about: developing the brochure, getting your feedback on changes to that, getting the ads in place, explaining the whole process to you. So that's really what we've done this first week, or what we plan on doing this first week. And so our goal would be to get this published next week. But the question is, which I mentioned at the beginning of this process, is there a desire to have us reach out to more stakeholders? So again, that's entirely your call. We can do that depending on how many you're talking about. That may push it back a bit, but I think before we kind of go further with the timetable, I'd like to get some feedback as to whether or not you have a desire to talk to other stakeholders besides the department heads and some of the staff that we've talked to.
Any feedback from members of council? So I think originally you stated the 2 council members, 2 members of staff, correct, David?
Yes.
Yes, that's for the steering committee. Yeah, that's
And then,
outside of the stakeholders, other stakeholders. We would be asking questions similar to what we asked you tonight: is what are the key attributes and what are some of the challenges? Again, that is not something you have to do. You could also, if you were looking for outside input, you could also incorporate that feedback at the end. When you get down to final candidates, you could be asking for, businesses and residents to kind of be involved in assessing the candidates that make it to the final stage. It's up to you. It's just the only thing that just adding a lot of stakeholders does, it will just lengthen time.
right.
That's.
Thank you, David. Member Russell, did you have a question or a comment?
Yes, I wanted to make a comment. I think it might be a good idea to have some, maybe a couple business owners as stakeholders. I think it might be a good idea.
Thank you, Member Russell. To not slow down the process, I was thinking that these additional stakeholders should be part of the process, or at least we gather comments from them throughout the entire process. I was thinking also like potentially the executive director of the DDA, for instance, was one person I was thinking of that would be someone that we would reach out to, but I think that I'm okay with having that as part of the ongoing process as we're doing the interviews.
Yeah.
But
you can have it. Yeah, we can, right. There's a number of ways you can do it. We know community input is always important. You could have these businesses, executive, maybe they're even part of a panel
right
at the end of the process. Not something you need to decide today, but it's probably also not something you want to wait too long, because the other thing that kills timetables is setting those final interviews, the logistics of getting all of you on a date or two when you can make it, and then if you add, stakeholders, so we probably want to get stakeholders that are going to be in the final process set in the next few weeks. And we'll add that to the actual timetable so you can see when we're putting a deadline onto that. So I think that's a great way of incorporating stakeholders in the process without necessarily delaying things up front.
Thank you. Anybody else, members of council, any other feedback there? All right, do you want to go through the dates, David? Because it does look to be like a pretty aggressive time frame.
Yeah. So again, the final brochure, which would include obviously comments you're made and obviously getting approval on the final salary, and the final brochure, which is something I would hope we could kind of run through the small committee, would include photos, and you would look at the whole design. The goal would be to have that approved a week from today. And, we would then have the position posted a few days later. Remembering what I said earlier, that we'd like to have a 30-day outreach for our recruitment. That would put that period to really the entire month of September. And so at the end of September is when Gloria and I would assess the candidates that come in, and then we would spend a couple weeks doing screening interviews of those top 10 to 20 candidates. The week of the 19th, we would give you our report on the candidates that we recommend be advanced to that semifinal process. And we would present that to you. We'll need to get a date for that specifically, not tonight, but at some point in the near future. And then we would set the semifinal interviews essentially a couple weeks from that day. And let's see. I actually just, sorry, there's a typo on this date here. It should be the week of November 2nd. I just realized that. So it's in November 2nd, which is 2 weeks from when we give the client report meeting. And then the week of the 16th is the finals interviews. So logistically, it's all possible. The other thing to keep in mind, part of my thinking on it is that, the week after this November 16th is Thanksgiving week. That's kind of a lost week. You could still probably do it, finalist interview, say the first week of December. Once you start getting much past then you're really risking kind of running into holiday conflict. So that's our draft schedule. Thoughts and questions?
Yeah, David, I guess my first question, so the week of the 19th and then the week of the November 2nd, since we have a typo on there.
Yeah.
What is it? I'm assuming that you're coming back to, the week of October 19th, I'm assuming that that's a study session that you'll be meeting with all of council, correct?
Yes.
And so you'll be, at that point, we still won't be making any candidates' names public. So are we just, how is that information being shared to members of council? What is it that we're able to discuss during that week of the 19th?
Well, I guess our goal, and I would, defer to the attorney, what's allowed and what's not allowed, but would be to have the council identify in closed session, again, at this point, the semifinal candidates that they would like to interview remotely. After the semifinal interview, we perfectly understand it's, it needs to be, and it should be, a public process for the finalist interview.
Yeah.
And yeah, but that's what we were thinking.
Yeah, that I don't disagree with. I obviously just want to respect the animosity of, or protect the privacy of some of the candidates that don't want to make
Right.
it public. So that's I'm just trying to figure out how we share that information. I'm sure we've done it in the past, but I'm assuming that this is an open meeting and not
Yeah.
an executive session.
Candidates that go to final interviews for this position should normally expect a public process. That's not a norm for a semifinal process, though.
Right, so,
Yeah.
yeah, I'm fine with the timelines. I just want to make sure, like, that we're clear that there's only
Yeah.
bits of information that we can share as part of their true identity, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay. So the other things, I guess that this will be more of just council preference, but I do like the idea of some type of meet and greet with members of the public. That's one thing that I want to see as part of this process, so I think that that would occur also during that finalist interview. I know that we talked about questions, but I think there's probably going to be a different set of questions that members of council want to ask the city managers during, or the candidates during that final process. And I think that we probably want to just get what questions we've asked in the past as part of the last outreach we did this, and just make sure that we're all okay with that. Actually, the other question I was going to have was, are these interviews going to be in person, or the semifinalist interviews, are those like via video, David, or what's that process look like?
You know, I mean, normally they're video. I mean, I have seen them in person. You know, just the two things to keep in mind with that is, you know, logistics, that's trickier for people, you know, to say, hey, we're deciding, you know, October 21st, you know, come out in 2 weeks. Whereas somebody taking an hour for a video call, pretty easy. And then, you know, the assumption is obviously, you know, your travel costs too.
Exactly.
So, I think they work fine. I mean, I think it gives you, believe me, I'd much prefer in person, you know, but I think through video, you'll get a good sense of their skills, you know, how they interact. It'll give you a good sense. So, I would recommend, you know, a video interview for that portion.
I'm in the same boat, David. I think, especially if we're going to be doing a nationwide search and we happen to potentially have someone that's outside of the state of Colorado, it just seems easier and cleaner to do it via video for the semifinalist.
Right.
In person for the finalists obviously is different, or that's the way that we want to go. But for the semifinalists, I'd be okay with video.
Okay.
Go ahead, Member Ward.
Mayor, does that, just for clarification, does that mean we intend to perform the semifinalist interviews in the executive session?
If we're doing a video interview, yes, because we would have to protect their identity at that point. The other option, I don't think we did semifinalist interviews, City Manager Lewis, when we went through that process, so through your hiring. So I don't know if it's absolutely necessary for us to have a semifinalist, because yes, then we would run into the issue of having to do it in executive session.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Member Russell. Sorry.
It's not mandatory. It's just, you know, it's what, you know, if you skip it, that means you're you're relying a lot more, I think, you know, on us, you know, to kind of give you the best recommendation. So, yeah, I mean, that's just the only reason why we usually do see semifinalists. But I mean, it's not. I'm doing a recruitment now out in, you know, Nevada, where they're not doing semifinal interview for a senior level position. So it's not unheard of.
We'll have members of council weigh in on this here in a second, but I got a couple of lights. Member Russell and then Member Prang. Go ahead, Member Russell.
I do believe we did semifinalist interviews when we hired Shawn. And that was in, I don't know if it was executive session, but it was private because their names weren't released.
Yeah.
So, but we did do semifinalist interviews.
Good to know. Thank you, Member Russell. We'll have to go back in, figure out how we did that. Member Prang?
Thank you. I'm just curious. Well, number one, I wanted to support the idea of the meet and greet. I think that's a very important component to have available to ourselves and the public. But secondarily, David, I have a question on that this between the step of the kind of the report that we get and then semifinalist interviews, do you have a process or a tool that will help guide council to get to a consensus on creating that semifinalist list? As I'm sure you're aware, being a city manager previously, you know, it is a good thing to have diverse opinions on council, and sometimes we're not entirely aligned where we're at and what our preferences are. And so can you just speak to how you would help guide us through that process to get to the semifinalist list?
Sure. You're talking about to get to the semifinalist, to get to like the final 6 or 8. Yeah. Well, so what we would do when we give you the report, we'll have typically a list, and again, it's anywhere typically from 5 to 8 candidates. We'll also have a second group of candidates that maybe aren't as strong as the other ones, but you know, you'll have options to consider that. So we will, you know, essentially, you know, Gloria and I will be there to kind of guide you through that discussion. What we use when we're actually interviewing candidates is what we call a forced ranking process. And that's simply a process where, you know, let's say you have 6 candidates. After each interview, you will compare them against the other one, and you'll go through the whole process. I mean, if you could do that for trying to get to a semifinalist also. And it's really a very simple system. I mean, it's simply after each interview, you just like, okay, we've had 3 candidates, talked about 3 candidates, who's number 1, who's number 2, who's number 3. And then that all gets compiled into a score. And so, you know, the ones with the best score are the ones that advance. So that's what I would recommend.
Okay, that's helpful information.
Sure.
I think it's good for us to get our head around what that will look like, and also for the public to be aware what type of process we'll be using to get to that point as well. So thank you.
Sure.
All right. David, was there anything else?
I don't think so, Gloria. Anything? Did we?
I don't think so.
Yeah. No, I think, you know, we heard some, you know, feedback, getting some information on the budget, information for the salary comparable. We will, you know, incorporate some of the comments. We will turn around another draft pretty quickly. And then I think, you know, get with the 2 people who wanted to be on this committee, and also add potentially 1 or 2 staff members. And I think that's, and then, yeah, we'll give you kind of an updated timetable, I think, where we need to make decisions on who's going to be in this final process. And then we'd like to get solid dates down for really 3 things. 1, when we're going to give you that report to discuss. Then 2nd, when we'll do the semifinal interviews, and then 3rd, when we do the final.
Okay.
So we'll, I think this is a good start.
Sounds good, David. We got a couple of questions here. So Member Ward, and then I have one as well.
Sure.
I just wanted to close the loop on the brochure document. What do you still need from us on that, if anything?
Any additional feedback? You know, again, I know some of you are remote, maybe haven't been able to see it. So, I mean, if you could get that to us, again, with our goal to get a final brochure by Monday, if you could get that to us by Thursday. We're also going to be working on, you know, getting photos incorporated in the booth, and we'll work with staff and then work with this committee to you know, have them look at that. So just any further comments that you've seen on the written product that Gloria passed out?
Thank you.
All right, and David, one for me, just, I guess this is more just a question for members of council, just since we're looking to get this brochure out pretty quickly, by the end of the week, it looks like, based on your timeline. I'm comfortable with the pay range that you've given it, especially since it's such a wide range. We're looking at 214, which is actually currently under the actuals for our current city manager, all the way up to 322. So it is a wide range, but I would be comfortable using that. And since we're trying to get it out by the end of the week, I just want to make sure I get feedback from members of council on that range. So anybody in disagreement with that? Go ahead, Member Ward.
I just wonder if we're reasonably going to expect to pay somebody 214, or if we're not, why would we list that as the bottom number?
We would have to, what would we do as the minimum? Will we not put a minimum then and just say up to 322 or whatever it was? Member Ward? Because the thought crossed my mind, but go ahead.
I mean, it's a great question because, you hit the reality is, no, you more than likely are not going to pay that low. So the idea of a range is that in theory that you pay in the range according to the experiences they have. And so, the more experience they have and the more they have experiences that you like, that match your criteria, you're going to consider going to, a higher part of the range. It does give you flexibility. Yes, I will tell you in the real world for this type of position, you're not going to see people paid at that lower end. It just, because guess what? You want somebody that's experienced. You want the best. And so the reality is you're not going to be at that lower part.
It just seems odd to me that the range is literally a third of the high salary. That just seems
Right.
weird to me.
Do you have a recommendation on whether or not to remove the minimum or to raise the
I
minimum?
wouldn't remove the minimum, but I think if we're not reasonably expecting to pay somebody
Right.
that, we shouldn't be advertising that we might.
Yeah.
But it just seems like.
We could go to a higher minimum. I mean, Gloria and I can chat about it, but I'm thinking, maybe a number 250 or maybe at least something, whatever your current manager makes now. So let's her and I kind of brainstorm that a bit. Councilman, you make a great point. So
Yeah.
we'll talk about that.
We also could just not include a minimum, say the salary will be up to a maximum. That gives you a little bit of
That's probably my
leeway.
preference, but go ahead.
I wouldn't recommend we do that because by Colorado law, we are required to provide a range. So just to ensure we don't get too close to the line, I would recommend that we set a bottom of the range so we do have an actual range.
Okay, thank you for that. I did see Member Prang had her hand up. Member Prang, did you still have a question? There you go.
No, I was just going to weigh in
Yes.
on my thoughts. So I do support having the range, and thank you for clarifying that, City Attorney. I would be happy to have the range start at 250. And I think that just does kind of encapsulate, what David spoke to regarding, we could have a surprise candidate that doesn't have the experience, but maybe seems like a stellar, different type of experience that could bring something of value to the city. So I think that's a good starting point, and I like the idea of the range. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Prang. Mayor Pro Tem, and then Member Bethel.
Thank you, Mayor. I would also support the range that's listed, or starting with the higher low end, somewhere closer to 250. I think it does signal that we're seeking highly qualified candidates if we raise that base a little bit.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Member Bethel.
I think I'm echoing the group sentiment here. Having a range and having that range start around 250, I think is smart. Having that range in my eyes says it keeps us from increasing too quickly, right? By having a bottom there saying like this is an expected potential salary. I think also having moderate base salary can also communicate that while we are looking for highly qualified individuals, we're also a fiscally responsible city, and we are taking into account our budget and the fact that we are, a blue-collar town.
Thank you, Member Bethel and Member Summerson.
Quick question. I think there's more to it to have a minimum, midpoint, and a max than just sort of we want to pay somebody something. I've seen job postings where there is that sort of range that's posted and then an expectation of where the hiring range would be, which might take into consideration some folks who I think are probably unlikely to want to hire someone for $322,000. So the other end is also an issue. So I'm not sure what we can do in that space, but if we think there's a hiring range here of 250 to 290, it would be better, I think, just to explain that to people than the sort of false promise of 322 or the low promise of 214. So I wonder if there's something in there.
Did you want to weigh in, City Attorney?
I was just nodding my head. I've also seen postings like that where here's the salary range and here's the expected hiring range, and that's perfectly legally compliant.
Okay. Do members of council want to see that expected hiring range? I guess that's the way that you phrased it. City Attorney Niles, expected salary range? Do we want to go to that level or just leave it as is? Go ahead, Member Summerson.
I just think that it's to the point of
I
transparency.
see what you're saying, yeah.
I just think that it's highly unlikely that we are going to accept someone's contracted offer at $322,000. I don't know that we've seen a path in the budget to get us to that space. And so I think being equally fair here also puts the right candidates where the salary would be right for them to either make the move, and then that's where we find the alignment. Someone who is right for the job, who we are willing to pay at a fair rate, knowing that 280 is the sort of average in this kind of space. So we are encapsulating that average, and I just think, again, it takes a lot of the end discussion out when you're trying to split hairs over 297 or 298 when it was clear that the published hiring range was X to Y. So,
thank you, Member Summerson. Anyone in disagreement with that? I think you sold me on that, Member Summerson. Anyone in disagreement? I don't see that.
I would just add, that, that's fine. I think as long as we have language like expected, if the top of it is 290 and you've got somebody really great that wants 296 or something,
Right.
just to have a little bit of just wiggle room. So that's all.
Correct, yeah. And I think we do with that maximum.
Right. Right.
Okay. Anything further from members of council? This is a good discussion. I'll go ahead, City Attorney Niles.
I actually just read the budget reports for all of these cities so that I know we're on a very tight timeline. You wanted to know what their budgets were. Englewood is second highest budget behind Brighton. So on the same order that the salaries are listed, Lafayette is 145 million, Wheat Ridge 101 million, Erie 78.6 million, the lowest. Northglenn is 100 million, Windsor 176 million, Brighton 279 million, much larger than everybody else. Littleton 166, Parker 183.3, Commerce City 173 million, and Englewood 198 million. And I want to thank all the city managers that wrote this on page 1 of their introductory letter in the budget, so I didn't have to read the entire thing.
Right. Sounds great. All right, thank you very much for that, City Attorney Niles. All right, any further questions don't see any further questions here internally. No one online, so with that, I thank you both. So thank you very much, Gloria. Thank you very much, David. I guess you'll be doing outreach to myself and to Member Praying for this initial meeting, and then obviously we'll look to finalize with any additional comments the brochure itself. So looking forward to working with you both here in the coming weeks. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank
All
you.
right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, with that, we're moving on to the second agenda item. We have our Chief of Police, Dave Jackson, and Deputy Police Chief, Vance Fender, here to provide information on the flock safety contract compared to Axon, as well as just speaking at large about ALPRs, which are automatic license plate readers. Good evening, Deputy Chief, and good evening, Chief.
Good evening. We'll get started. I think that a lot of this information is stuff that you have already seen and has already been presented. However, I'll go through that portion of it relatively quickly. There are some new portions of this that were requested, so I'll spend a little bit more time there and then give plenty of time for questions and follow-up if that works. All of this, flock safety, Axon technology, tools such as real-time information centers, automated license plate readers, drones, and advanced analytics evolve. The department remains committed to protecting the rights guaranteed under the United States Constitution and the Colorado Constitution. Our approach balances innovation with civil liberties by ensuring technologies are deployed to enhance public safety, improve response capabilities, and support accountability while respecting privacy issues. Modern tools such as automated license plate readers, real-time cameras, and data analytics can help identify crime patterns. Police departments across Colorado are adopting new technologies. Criminals also adapt to how they commit crimes. I know that this has come up before, but I wanted to highlight this. I received a little bit of feedback about technological black holes. That is not a police concept. That is not something that the police department is throwing out there. That is coming from the Colorado District Attorney's Council, the ones that are actually presenting these crimes to juries and need data and intelligence to discuss this. That's where that term came from, and I just wanted to highlight that this time around. Of course, we want to have responsible use of the technology. More accurate information leads to safer tactics. The last time we were here, we showed a video, we showed several videos of how we use technology to de-escalate situations. There was, just as a reminder, there was a couple that was hiding in a local hotel that were fugitives that were on the run, that we were able to use a drone to have them come out. Somebody that had jumped out of a car, similarly used the drone to be able to locate with a heat signature, use distance. We talked about how distance gives us time to create or make better decisions. Real-time information guides the officer's actions, allowing officers time to formulate plans. And that, in our language, I know that de-escalation comes up, but the time to dialogue, the time to use our verbal de-escalation is something that the technology affords us. With limited staffing and growing service demands, technology allows agencies to deploy personnel strategically. Data-driven policing helps focus resources on areas and times where crime is likely to occur. Technology is a force multiplier, and you know, as we read through these things, I do listen to feedback that I get. Force multiplier, I will admit, is a bit of a police jargon probably. What that means is if there was a robbery at let's say we had 6 police officers that are currently working right now and Walmart was robbed or a store was robbed, we would probably have 4 officers respond to that, or maybe all of them, depending on the need. What having stationary cameras does is allows us to continue looking for the vehicle even though the officers are assigned somewhere else or needed somewhere else. So that's what I mean by force multiplier. We may have a force of 6 officers out there. By using strategically placed static cameras that are still, we can continue looking for suspect vehicles even when the officers are unavoidably detained. These tools can assist officers in being available to proactively patrol in areas that need a high level of police response. ALPR data provides objective documentation that supports witness statements, establishes timelines, and strengthens probable cause. Technologies such as ALPR data, again, automated license plate readers, data accelerate investigations by quickly locating suspects, or specifically suspect vehicles. ALPR data creates time-stamped auditable records that preserve facts as they occurred. Technology systems generate measurable data and retrievable records that can be shared through public reporting, open records processes, and court proceedings, demonstrating lawful, appropriate, and accountable use of public safety tools. They allow supervisors to monitor incidents in real time and conduct thorough after-action reviews. When governed by clear policies, training, and oversight, technology helps law enforcement agencies meet public safety goals while respecting privacy, due process, and protections against unreasonable search and seizures. All ALPR vendors allow departments to control information they share with. However, there are differences in how that information may be shared and accessed. In short, leveraging technology is not to replace officers, but to support smarter, safer, and more accountable policing in an increasingly complex society. Getting back to kind of the legalities of this, and I know that I certainly understand, and I have received a lot of feedback about privacy issues. I would say that everybody probably has different levels of what they expect through privacy. However, in January of 2026, federal courts ruled that flock cameras, the use of flock cameras to capture information in public is not an unreasonable search. This was a City of Norfolk case who had 176 flock cameras. The use of automatic license plate readers does not violate Fourth Amendment privacy rights. The judge stated, other state and federal court rulings have uniformly concluded that neither taking photos of license plates of a vehicle on a public roadway, nor maintaining and querying a database of ALPR photos constitutes a warrantless search. There are two main vendors that produce ALPRs, Flock Safety and Axon Enterprises. Englewood Police currently utilizes Flock Safety for stationary ALPR cameras. We have 10 stationary cameras at $3,000, 2 flex cameras at $3,500, 1 trailer camera at $25,000, and Vance search at $2,500. That is a $64,500 per year for Flock Safety. The current contract with Flock is on a 12-month auto-renew, July of each year. The City of Englewood utilizes a Flock Safety trailer camera. This trailer does not have ALPR. The footage is stored and retained by Flock Safety in their FBI CJIC compliant servers. It is deleted on a rolling 30-day cycle. It is deployed at data-driven hotspots, and the current contract is on a 12-month auto-renew. We use Axon for our Fleet 3 in-car cameras in our patrol vehicles. They operate when the car's emergency equipment triggers. All video is uploaded to evidence.com. All cameras operate as ALPR cameras. And they provide real-time alerts to officers on the hot list from CCIC and NCIC. Axon has provided us 2 proposals. Number 1 is 10 fixed outpost cameras, 2 light post cameras, and 1 camera trailer for an annual cost of $43,273.61. The second option was 10 light post cameras, 2 fixed outpost cameras, and 1 camera trailer for $56,907.13. Just to note, both of those are similar to Flock. and are both less expensive. The stationary cameras. So all cameras read license plates across multiple lanes at highway speeds. They support live streaming for real-time visibility, helping agencies improve response and accountability. They integrate with Axon Fusus with data transferred into evidence.com for secure storage and retention. Retention period is governed by the agency. Outpost cameras are fixed cameras designed to capture multiple lanes day and night at highway speeds. Light post cameras are streetlight mounted cameras developed in partnership with streetlight manufacturers for fast deployment, installs in under an hour without the use of new poles. Also, due to the height, it is less likely to be intentionally damaged. ALPR data is used in several ways for legitimate law enforcement purposes. We only use it for legitimate law enforcement purposes, suspect identification, collecting and documenting evidence, advancing case resolution and prosecution, real-time situational awareness, resource allocation, and efficiencies, supporting accountability and transparency. EPD owns and controls the ALPR data. Axon, this is for Axon, Axon does not pool, resell, or repurpose agency data. EPD controls access to the ALPR data. Data sharing is invite only, visible, and revocable. Axon does not operate a nationwide pool or enable automatic sharing. All data is transferred into all data is transferred into the EPD controlled evidence.com, where retention settings are determined by us, not by the company. Axon platforms maintain immutable audit logs showing who accessed data, when, and why. What it is not used for: civil immigration enforcement, targeting of any person solely based on actual or perceived race, creed, color, national origin, citizenship, identity, gender expression, marital status, religion, age, disability, military status, or ancestry. Does not target or track movement of vehicles traveling to or from healthcare facilities, including but not limited to clinics, hospitals, mental or behavioral health providers, and or reproductive health care centers, unless they are clearly articulated a nexus to activity that it is or would be criminal in the state of Colorado. It is not used for monitoring activities protected under the First Amendment. I'll say there was a question, somebody asked me a question about reading bumper stickers. At one point, we just don't have, that's not an option. It's not something that we track or do. We can get into that in a few minutes. We don't use it for personal use, harassment, or any other use which is inconsistent with ALPR policy. We do have video retention records that are governed by the state for various crimes. And each crime is different, and there's rationale for all of these of why we keep data and evidence for long periods of time. Again, going back to the district attorney, I think it's important to note that the police are not the only aspect of the criminal justice system. When a crime is committed, that goes through several layers, whether that is the police making a response, then investigation, then that evidence is turned over to a district attorney, which is going to present that to a judge or jury. They make a recommendation on how long somebody is found guilty or how long somebody may be incarcerated. Department of Corrections weighs in at the end to see if they have any room in their jail. So we are one part of the criminal justice system, but I do think that the Colorado district attorneys are a very integral part of what happens after an arrest is made. And what they say regarding digital evidence is modern crime is mobile, digital, and fast moving. law enforcement must have access to modern tools in order to quickly corroborate information, verify alibis, locate witnesses, and eliminate suspects. Preventing or limiting only law enforcement from using publicly available data from surveillance cameras, automatic license plate readers, or public databases doesn't eliminate the data itself. It just creates dangerous information black holes, delays justice for victims, and decreases a police officer's ability to obtain the truth. And I think that that's what we are generally trying to get to. So I went through that very quickly. I know that there are a lot of questions on this subject, and ready for those.
Yeah, Chief, thank you very much. I appreciate you giving us the overview. We've been speaking about surveillance and block cameras overall for about, I guess now 9 months. We started last October. So I think we as council members have a good understanding of what we've talked about over the last 9 months. And I know that we talked about maybe 3 months ago about bringing this back to council in terms of what the ultimate fate is for our flock cameras. And I did ask you, Chief, to put a option there for Axon if we were to move in that direction, just providing members of council different, if they're comfortable with doing away with flock and looking at another option or not looking at another option. I wanted them to have that information. So with that, we will open it up to questions. Member Russell, I see your hand up first or your light on first, so go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. So options 1 and 2 for the Axon ALPR, I know they're both less expensive. Are they the exact same thing we currently have with flock cameras?
I can answer that question. And we also, just so council's advised, we do have representatives from Axon on Zoom that can also answer any questions that you would have about Axon or privacy or data. The short answer to that question, council members, no, they're not exactly the same. They're very, very close. The biggest difference between the two, quite literally, are the amount of agencies right now that are using Axon and the ability for us to tap into, request an invite into somebody else's database to do investigations is a little bit slimmer. I think that's a better way to put that right now because of Axon. We did meet with Axon a couple of weeks ago. Before this actually came up 2 days before, we met with Axon to talk to them about that, and they are meeting with numerous other agencies in the South Metro area right now that are doing or contemplating the same thing that we are. So that would help our ability for investigations in Littleton, Greenwood Village, Parker, places like that in the South Metro area. The cameras are slightly different. The Axon cameras do have a live streaming. So do the flock cameras. It just costs more, and we don't have that. So Axon does offer that. And then the camera trailer right now, they are in the process of partnering with another vendor for the camera trailer that would give us the same ability that we have now with the flock camera in terms of the pan, tilt, zoom, that type of capability other than ALPR.
I think,
Did that about cover that? Okay.
I think just to also kind of articulate, they're all automated license plate readers. And there are a couple of different features to the way the cameras actually function as a live stream. Probably one of the differences that I know council has brought up in questions, and the same as some citizens that have come up and expressed their views on the subject, is the 30-day retention period. And that is, I'm not really sure where flock or when this was all approved, where the 30 days came from. Nobody really seems to know how that became a 30-day retention period. Axon is slightly different in that we just set our own retention period for that data. But I will say there are good reasons to keep it for a period of time. 30 days, I don't think anybody has a strong feeling as to why it was 30 days or why it needs to be 30 days.
Or it could be more if we were hanging on to it for a reason. I mean, it could be substantially longer, especially if it needed to be used for evidence in a criminal investigation.
Yes, ma'am. So that retention schedule that was on the last page with all the very busy slide says exactly how long we have to keep physical or digital evidence based on the crime that's being investigated. So there are different retention levels or periods. If we do keep that information for evidence and it's not a, I guess what you would call a non-actionable or something that we didn't have a reason to hold on to, and then that would automatically purge through Axon's system based on the retention level that we set.
Okay.
The reason that retention, the reason to keep it for a period of time, just a practical application would be if we decided, if you decided to go to the mountains this weekend and you were out of town and you left on Friday afternoon and you came home Sunday evening and your back door had been kicked in and you had been burglarized. And your neighbor says to you, well, we thought it was weird because we thought that you were at the mountains, but that black van was in your driveway Tuesday night, and we just figured it was something, you know, and that we would like the ability to go back, even though we didn't know it was used in a crime, but to be able to start an investigation from there. If we didn't have any retention period, where's the sweet spot there? I think that that's a great conversation to have, but we would definitely advocate for a retention period.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And if we went with Axon cameras, would we remove the flock cameras from the City of Englewood?
Yes, yeah, Flock would be the ones that would be removing those cameras. And I believe that the city attorney's office prepared a memo a while back about what that would take to cancel the contract. And I don't remember exactly what that monetary fee was to have the cameras taken down and all of that, but that was all outlined a while back. But yeah, so those would go away and they would be replaced with this equipment.
Okay, I appreciate that. And just one other question. So I'm assuming that flock cameras can be searched nationwide by Flock themselves, or they could sell the information to third parties. Is that correct?
The short answer, ma'am, is no, they can't sell the information because it technically belongs to the City of Englewood, to the Englewood Police Department. So they would not be able to share that. They do have a nationwide lookup feature that Axon does not have. So there is no nationwide pool of data in the Axon system. That data lives in evidence.com, specifically in Englewood's evidence.com. Did I explain that correctly, David or Joey? Sorry.
Yeah, so the data that is captured by the ALPR cameras lives in Fusus directly.
Okay.
Which is our
And then,
system.
Yeah, which is a subpart of evidence.com. But you are correct in the nationwide search. We do not have that accessibility.
Okay, thank you for that information and the answers.
Thank you very much, Member Russell. Any further questions from members of council? Go ahead, Member Summerson.
Hello, thank you for being here. I guess a little bit of level setting. I believe this council has indicated that it's interested in terminating the Flock contract. I believe the Flock contract auto-renewed. Did you say that it auto-renewed for a full year?
In July it did, but there is an opt-out of some sort. I don't know if procurement is here.
They're not. It did auto-renew July 20th, I believe. We have not paid the annual bill, but it is an annual auto-renew, not a monthly.
Okay. That's been communicated to council in multiple different ways, which is concerning considering in May we made it very clear how we felt about this and the auto renew. So I'm a little disappointed that we didn't hear from either the police department or the city manager's office when this auto renew came up. So just wanted to clarify that, since I think the last time it was addressed here was at 10:30 at night at the end of the last study session. So just making sure the public is aware of that. You mentioned in terms of the Flock contract itself, you referenced that it's $64,500 per year, but it's actually a steadily increasing dollar amount year over year over year. Because then in the budget, it reflects that it is 65 next year, then 67, then 69, then 71, then 74.
That's incorrect, sir. I'm sorry.
Okay.
So
the budget that was submitted as part of the budget process then was submitted to council inaccurately?
No, sir, that's the capital improvement project
Okay.
that doesn't have anything to do at all with the Axon cameras.
No, but it has to do with flock, which is what I said. So there seems to be some discrepancy between the annual fee for flock, which seems to be increasing, but is stated in the PowerPoint presentation as a flat rate of 64.5 over a period of years.
That was a, yes, sir, I understand what you're saying now. So the flock CIP just had a very small increase based on our projections. It was, they don't have a, because it's year to year, it's an annual contract. They didn't do a 5-year contract like Axon did for us for this amount of money. So this was a 5-year contract. With Axon, I'm sorry, with flock, we had to make a guess based on inflation estimates for that CIP. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you.
So if we were to move to Axon, they are looking for a 60-month commitment versus a year-to-year commitment.
Yes, they are also, it goes based on what we have right now, which is the evidence.com, the body-worn cameras, the in-car cameras, all of that is on a 60-month contract. And the way that they do that is they give us, and Joey can correct me if I'm wrong, leader pricing is what they call it, where you either get 20% off every year or you get your first year free.
Great, thank you. Axon Fusus, every time there's a presentation on this kind of surveillance equipment, we hear some new term. AI assistant was the last one that we heard about. Talk to me about Fusus.
Joey, could you chime in on the technical part of that?
Yeah, so Fusus is really just a single pane of glass that allows you to bring in all the different cameras that the city owns into one single pane of glass, so that you have a real-time information and crime center at the PD and at each officer's discretion if they allow it. So you can bring in the body cameras, the fleet cameras, the ALPR cameras, and any other city assets and cameras. And the system is agnostic, so it allows you to really ingest all types of different camera vendors into one single pane of glass, and allows you to utilize that in a way that the agency can look at all the different real-time information now.
And technically, it's like a video management system is what that is. I saw Councilmember Bethel shaking his head. I was too. It is a video management system in essence, to where we can ingest those cameras into one program.
Okay, talk to me about live streaming, a functionality that we don't have with the current flock cameras. So in addition to asking for this body to approve a new ALPR system, are you also asking us to approve a system that would allow you to live stream everyone entering and exiting the City of Englewood?
Depending on where the cameras are, yes.
Okay. Speaking of where the cameras are, there is a lot of concern around healthcare facilities, reproductive care facilities. I would expect that if these do get approved, that we would know where they are placed to ensure that they have been placed appropriately and away from those. And talk to me about moving ALPRs. So you have ALPRs in your police cars. You're talking about needing to retain data for more than a period of time, which is 0 minutes. What happens when you're driving by Swedish? What happens when you're driving by reproductive clinic? What happens to that information?
So as we talked about, I think on one of the last study sessions, our Fleet 3 cameras are set to a 0-day retention period on the Fleet 3 cameras, which are the mobile ALPRs. So the only information that would be retained is anything that would hit on a hot list plate. So anything that did not hit on a hot list plate does not get retained on the mobile ALPRs.
So mobile ALPR, you're comfortable with it having a 0-day retention, but your recommendation on a stationary ALPR is that it would be higher than that?
Yeah, there are different uses for all of these things. One is patrol, one is investigations. I'll give you just a fairly recent example without talking too much about a case that could still be under investigation. We had a situation where two people met online in order to connect. And there was a reported sexual assault that occurred as a result of this interaction. Neither one of those people Certainly the suspect did not live in the city of Englewood. So we were able to develop a suspect and start looking into this case. When you do a police interview that's probably going to lead to an interrogation or criminal charges, it's just like an attorney. You want to know the answers to the questions prior to going into the interview. What we were able to determine is that at the date and time in question, the suspect vehicle was very close to the location that the victim claimed. What we would ultimately like to do is go back as far as possible to see if that vehicle had ever been. So when you go into the interview and they said, well, of course I was there, that's where my mom lives. Well, of course I was there, that's where I go to work or school or whatever. And you have some reason to be there. If you can look back and you can determine beforehand that the only time this vehicle had been in this location, or it has never been in this location for the past 5 years, except for the date and time of question of a criminal offense, that's really, really good evidence for us. And that's why we want to have periods where we can go back and look. Regarding hospitals and clinics, some reports are as high as 2 million license plate reads in a month, day, week, or year. We do not have the bandwidth, we do not have the inclination to go back and look at all of these vehicles that are not being used in crimes. I would not want to, we had 6 months ago, was there a shooting inside Swedish? Was that 6 months ago? There was an officer-involved shooting inside Swedish Hospital. Inside Swedish Hospital. In this case it didn't, but if a suspect vehicle were to leave that scene, we want to be able to access that information as quickly as possible. We do not want to scrutinize people getting medical treatment, but we want to keep people that are getting medical treatment as safe as possible. And that's, you know, I think that this might be a good time for me to mention that we are kind of discussing all of this technology and all of this data as something that we might do someday. We have been doing this for 3 years. I think we signed the flock contract in March of 2023, and we have a 3-year track record of having no violations, no civil rights issues, no not being used for nefarious reasons. And I think that that has to do with a lot of the oversight of that frankly, we're currently using flock. Axon has similar restrictions. Audits that we do, which Deputy Chief Leclerc could talk to specifically, anomalies of people that are looking up a great number of plates or a great number of hits that far exceeds another officer. There are processes and audits in place, and I just don't. I just can't think of a scenario where we would want to track people getting medical treatment.
I don't think the concern is that you personally are interested in tracking people receiving medical care. I think there are documented examples in this country now where there are inquiries into these systems to do that from other states, from other jurisdictions. One of the things that I appreciate the example, so thank you for sharing one of those. One of the things we have asked for regularly is what is the actual rate in which these ALPRs are successful. Again, we were always calling out that one period of time in which that one in a million, right, crimes with the flock data. You mentioned that there's now an opportunity that you've taken advantage of tagging these systems, the ALPR systems, within your files, I'm assuming. So what are the updated numbers over the last few months then of the number of times that ALPRs were used from start to finish?
So that's part of your recent council request, and we won't have that yet because it's got to be researched by our police records technicians and our dispatchers. So that's in progress.
Okay, but technically we asked that 3 months ago. So you would think that if you were coming to make a case for ALPRs, that you would have the answer to that question.
Member Somerset, I think your question is clear. I think asking our police leadership for that information, I understand why you need it, but I think what we're trying to do here is just try to figure out what's best for Englewood moving forward. And so that information will get to you at a reasonable time, so.
Sure. One other question then, on the light posts versus outposts. Outposts are the ones that are just affixed to current situation, the current posts that are out there, or are these all replacements of posts?
So the outpost cameras are the stationary cameras that look just like that on the screen.
Mounted on an existing infrastructure?
And they can go onto existing infrastructure. Okay. They don't have to be on new poles.
The light post is a new light that would be added to the street?
No, sir. The light post cameras they mount specifically to
on a light.
The existing street light using that energy.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Member Somerset. I think we have everyone's name up right now, or hand up, so let's write it down. I think Mayor Pro Tem is up next, and then Jack, then Tina, then Steve.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Chief and Deputy Chief Fender, for the presentation. I have a question. I think when we had this discussion back in May, I asked this a little bit, and this is probably more of a legal question, so maybe the city attorney can address it, but the justification here for from your slide on the court rulings that this is not reasonable is part of the justification seems to be that this is information that's collected in public. So my question is that if it's public information, is this information responsive to a core request or CCJRA? If you wanted to look up or ask the police department was a specific license plate for lookups on a specific license plate in the database, can that be done?
Oh, I'm happy to respond with what I know. I know that has been the subject of case law, or at least some complaints and reporting in the media, because those records have been produced. Generally, when we create a record, it does become an open record under CORA and CCJRA, subject to some exceptions, but we don't have to create a record. So if there is a record existing, unless there's another exception, it likely would be subject to an open records request. And of course, Division Chief Leclerc clearly has some information.
That is the understanding as well. When that record might be withheld is if it's part of an ongoing investigation. But if it's not part of an ongoing investigation, then it is open to public.
But if someone, I mean, to me, this is kind of part of what the thing turns on. Is I'm a big advocate for, privacy and I don't like government surveillance. I just from my personal, I carry around a de-Googled phone because I don't want Google tracking me. I definitely don't want the government tracking me. But it makes a big difference to me if this is public information collected in public and releasable to the public. That's a whole different story, I guess. So I would really like to know. I'm understanding from the city attorney that this if I identified a specific license plate I wanted to pull a record on, I could ask for that record to be produced for the last 30 days of where it shows up in the database, which camera saw it. And
Well,
if the note not showed up, then I would get no response. But if that license plate was in the database, I would be able to get that.
So that wouldn't be an existing record. If you're asking them to search Flock for a specific license plate, that's not an existing record that would be subject to an open records request. Now, if you're asking, has anyone searched my license plate in the last 30 days? And if so, I want a record of every single one of those searches. That's what's an existing record and would be subject to an open records request unless it's an open investigation.
So, okay, if the license plate is read and then a database entry is created at the time that is read and then it's stored for for 30 days. Why is that not a record, that database entry not a record?
It's my understanding that's not something that we had created. It's existing, I suppose I think of it as existing metadata that nobody has attempted to pull off of there. But I'm happy to do some research to see if anyone has argued that's an open record to date.
Yeah, I'd be curious about that.
Okay, I'll take care of that.
Thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem. Member Bethel.
I have a question about Axon's ability to recognize bumper stickers. You mentioned in your presentation, thank you for that, by the way, I do appreciate it, that we do not have the ability to recognize bumper stickers on vehicles. I'm looking at Axon's own description of their vehicle intelligence system that claims that they do have the ability to recognize bumper stickers. Could maybe the Axon rep speak to that?
What exactly are you wanting to clarify with, like, are you saying that can Axon currently use that as an identification in terms of like doing a vehicle attribute recognition search? Like, is bumper stickers like a character or feature that is utilized or can be utilized? Is that your overall question, just to clarify?
Joey, but before you step in, just as we were talking about flock, or I was presenting about flock.
Okay, so Flock doesn't have that ability, but Axon.
And all that.
To your question, yes. I'm curious, to what extent does Axon have the ability to recognize bumper stickers as an attributable feature, and to what detail can they see on those bumper stickers?
So regarding the feature, truthfully, I am not one to speak fully into that feature specifically. It's something that I can gain additional information and we can follow back up on. I know it is a search feature and functionality within the Fuchsia's search when doing a variable or VAR search directly. But we can confirm this is something that can be either auditable in terms of like turned on or off. But we would have to gather more additional information before giving you a confirmative answer on that.
From my understanding, Member Bethel, is that they can't specifically read a bumper sticker. Like the wording on bumper sticker is what we were told by Axon that you can't. Oh, you have it pulled up? Go ahead.
Well, I have the Flock. What we were referring to in Flock, their search, the only thing that you can search in Flock, that's what they call a unique identifier, is a top rack, so like a ski rack, not a specific type, a back rack, bumper stickers. It's very general. It doesn't, you can't search specific bumper stickers, window stickers, or a toolbox, something that would be in the bed of a pickup truck. That's Flock, and that's what we were referring to in the presentation. Axon, it was my impression that they weren't as specific as either, but Joey would have to confirm that.
Okay, so I'm understanding that it's more of a, yes, it has a bumper sticker, or there are bumper stickers rather than the content of those
Correct.
stickers.
If you were looking for a white Honda Accord that was involved in a crime, there might be 1,000. Sorry, there might be 1,000 that are on the street, and if you can narrow that down by saying it had a sticker in the back window or a ski rack on the top, that might take it from 1,000 to 100 that you would have to match up.
And I imagine this feature is also utilized for vehicles without a license plate?
Yes, correct.
If you recall, in one of our last presentations, we had a video of a vehicle that had just been involved in a burglary. And the notable identifier, the witness did not have the license plate, but there was paint discoloration. And we were able to search by the paint discoloration as opposed to a specific. Yeah. So there, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Member Prang.
Thank you, Mayor. I do have a few questions. I think first I'll have a question or two for the Axon rep, and then I'd like to get into some Englewood specific practices. In one, I want to thank everyone for the questions around the search features. That was a question that I had. I do think that if we are considering a shift to Axon moving forward, that having a clearer definition of what the vehicle attribute search includes and what those features are would help give maybe some people peace of mind, or we could at least have some clarity around that. So I appreciate that initial discussion. The questions I would have for the Axon staff, one is that I have seen, I think within the presentation for tonight, that there is a Axon public transparency portal, and I'd like to hear a little bit more about that and its potential use.
Yeah, absolutely happy to talk about that. The transparency portal for the ALPR is ultimately utilized for evidence in which it can be used for like published retention policies, usage metrics, and then program details on public facing website, ultimately in one singular place for you to be able to go and pull that information. So it's something that can be created on behalf of the agency.
And so that Englewood as an agency could make a request to have somewhat of a dashboard created to present some of that allowable public facing information as a regular update to our public?
Correct.
Okay, thank you for that. That's helpful. And then I'm also curious about the immutable audit log. Can you talk to us a little bit more about that? And the reason I ask is that I think, you know, there in the conversations around privacy of data and concerns about that, I just want to hear from Axon specifically what that means. Can you define what immutable audit log means and how our agency can or cannot use that?
For an immutable audit log directly, that's something that our team would have to explain more in detail than I have the capabilities to. To talk to the audit log, ultimately what it's meant for is transparency in order to be able to talk through again what the data is being utilized. But at the end of the day, it comes back to the PD directly in terms of like how they're utilizing the data, and that is completely at their discretion.
Okay. I appreciate your transparency that that's not something that you can directly answer now. And if city staff would be willing, if we could enter a council request and request that information from Axon so that we can have that public facing to everyone after this discussion tonight. Thank you for your information. Now I would like to move into some Englewood specific questions that I have. I would like to learn a little bit more about the usage of data that is captured by ALPRs. Specifically, if you could talk to us a little bit more about reactive versus investigative uses of the data, and specifically what added benefit an ALPR offers to real-time situational awareness.
We've covered it a little bit, but there are two ways to use these cameras. One is in real time. If we have a crime that just occurred and our officers are looking for that vehicle within the city as it's fleeing the scene, we can use it in real time in that instance, which is somewhat common. An example of that is we had a road rage incident that happened at University in 285. Involving a black Cadillac, where a driver pulled a gun on a car next to him. The victim vehicle was able to give us the license plate and safely turned off to get away from that black Cadillac, which was presumably had continued southbound on University. We researched it through our ALPRs and subsequently found that it had made its way over to Broadway and was going southbound on Broadway, and we were able to stop the car safely with the help of Littleton PD because it had entered Littleton. That's kind of a real-time scenario. The chief had talked about an investigatory side where I think you used the example of somebody away for the weekend, but if a store owner came to their business, let's say it's an insurance company that's not open on the weekend, and they lock up on Friday, they come back on Monday and find that a window had been broken and somebody had gone through their business, and maybe they searched the cameras and saw a fuzzy picture of a red Toyota. We would be able to search that time, maybe if it was 2 a.m, let's say, for a red Toyota in that area, and we would be able to develop leads that way. So we can use it real time, and we can also use it investigatory wise, if that makes sense. That answers your question.
And
I appreciate.
I'm
Go
sorry,
ahead.
this is Deputy Chief Fender again. One other way we can use it real time is using the hot list, because there are certain things that are entered into CCIC or NCIC, the crime computers, that would alert an officer right there on their laptop, such as a stolen vehicle, a wanted felon, something of that nature. The hot list also has a lot of other things that are like used in commission of a crime, potentially a sex offender registry, things of that nature that aren't actionable, but there are some things that are actionable, like a motor vehicle that's been stolen, and then the officer would be able to see that right away. So that's the third way it can also be used.
Okay, I appreciate that. And I'm going to ask a follow-up question to that. I'm not going to hold anyone to any specific numbers or percentages, but if you were to venture a guess, which is the higher usage of the data captured, would you guess, for the City of Englewood, reactive or investigative?
That's a really difficult question.
I would say it may be as much as 50-50 in the sense that a lot of times the patrol officer gets an alert that this crime had occurred, then that officer's report and that data is then given to the detective to investigate. There's probably times where it's investigated and it doesn't go to a detective for whatever reason. I would say it's probably 50-50 if I were to just venture a guess, just because of the way the arrest in the field occurs, or the field investigation and then given to the detective. The detective can also, based on a report where maybe some more information comes in later. So if I went to your house on a burglary call, and then the next day you called me and said, oh, by the way, my neighbor said that they saw this vehicle or a suspicious vehicle that looked like this, we may look at it, same scenario, but it comes up later in an investigatory way.
Okay. So obviously there can be overlap and it can be used in both ways. And I appreciate your willingness to kind of just venture a guess. I think as we continue to talk about data and how it's used, just, creating and increasing awareness of what this tool is and what it captures and how we use it is really helpful for members of the public. I would like to move on to, I would like to ask about whether we have a process or what our internal process would be for officers to document a case number or a BOLO before running queries on our data. Is that something that's already in place? And if so, what is it?
Yes, in the flock system, it is required for them to run a search. They have to enter essentially a case number, not even essentially, they have to enter a case number, an offense type, so what kind of call they're looking at, and then there's also a field where they can put in a reason, maybe how that vehicle was involved.
And is that similar in Axon?
I believe so.
It's exactly the same.
Yes, I believe it was. And then just to add, Member Bethel, to go back to your question, we were able to find it in Axon. Their, what they call identifier or additional detail search is just three things. It's a top rack, window stickers, or bumper stickers. Those are the only three in those exact terms. You can't drill down anymore on that.
Okay, I have one remaining question and then I'll pass the baton to my peers on council. And this is also going to maybe be a challenging conversation and something that we fine tune later. But if we were to, again, terminate the flock contract and move in the direction of having ALPRs through Axon, what would be a minimum time frame that Englewood Police Department would like to retain data that could be potentially, end up being associated with an investigation to reduce the retention time frame? So we've had a lot of conversations about the 30 days and that being kind of somewhat of an arbitrary number through the flock system. And I'm just trying to figure out how we can, again, create more clarity and potential trust in the use of these tools through the consideration of a shorter minimum time frame of retention.
Yeah, I think that one way that we build community trust is, I really appreciate this question, and I think it's a great way to build community trust. I think that if you ask most police chiefs, I would probably be in favor of longer retention periods, but I also understand that there is probably the pushback there. I think we're receptive to. And 30 days where it may be arbitrary. I think that this is an interesting conversation to have. I think that maybe nobody would get what they absolutely wanted, but I would say if to cut that in half from 30 days to 15 days or from 30 days to 2 weeks, I think is a reasonable period. I'll throw that out as a thank you, Chair.
As a starter.
As a notion.
I appreciate that. And again, I don't think that we need to nail anything like that down tonight, but I guess what I was trying to get at was, excuse me, a sense of willingness from the police department to come to a compromise on that. So, you know, I have a goal of keeping the public safe and, you know, making sure that our police department has the tools that your expertise determine are necessary to make that happen, while also, you know, protecting the interest of our citizens and the privacy of their data. So I appreciate you venturing, you know, an option for that for us to kind of begin to consider. That's all I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Prang. Member Ward.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to talk a little bit about what I view as one of the important functions, which is the hot list function. Can you guys describe a little bit about how the hot list function works? Is it a real-time thing? Is it something you add? Is it imported from somewhere else? And how, if at all, is there data exchanged on the hot list between our agency and other agencies?
I think Axon will have to chime in on this as well, but hot list is information that's derived from the CCIC database or the state database, and it is brought into the Axon system at regular intervals. And I'm not sure what that is. It might be every other hour, I believe.
I was thinking it was every hour, but Joey, do you have?
I believe it's 4 times a day, every 6 hours.
Every 6 hours. So if a car is reported stolen and is put into CCIC database, it would go in on the next transfer, it could be anywhere from 1 to 6 hours, depending on when that was entered into CCIC.
And what other types of things, you mentioned some other things that might pop up as an officer is driving around and a license plate hits. Is that the same process or same method? It comes from the...
Yes, it pulls from CCIC. It'll pull stolen vehicles, stolen plates. I'm not going to remember this verbatim, but stolen vehicles, stolen plates. If they're a registered sex offender, warrants, if they have active warrants out for their arrest, they're associated with that vehicle. Am I missing any that you can think of, Vance? But it pulls several other information that may be attached to the plate as well.
There's several options that we could use for that. I'm sorry, Ed Desner with the police department. There are several options we could choose for that. We currently have it set for felonies, misdemeanors that are associated with that plate. And those are associated by the agency who inputs that information. If John Smith has a warrant and has an associated plate with that warrant, they enter that information into CCIC. So we are only pulling from the data that CCIC inputs into our system 4 times a day. And that's where the reads come in and the hits come in. So we do felonies, misdemeanors, stolen vehicles, there's several options. If you give me just a minute, I'll look through and see what we currently have selected for that.
Yeah, I'd be interested in what's available versus what we normally select and perhaps what informs that decision.
Sorry.
Go ahead, please.
There's more available than what CCIC inputs, because there are different states that have different availability to pull that stuff up. So CCIC only inputs certain information. They don't put in other stuff that Axon allows. So we only select certain parameters of that. Give me just 1 second here. So we look up stolen plate, misdemeanor, attempt to locate, sex offender. Actually, I believe this is, give me just 1 second. I'll see what we pull up here.
Sure. Well, while you're looking through that, I did have one other question that came to mind.
I've got it.
Okay, go ahead.
So we pull up attempt to locate. That's basically if another agency is looking for that vehicle for some specific reason. We pull up misdemeanor, stolen license plate, stolen vehicle. And through the NCIC database, we do missing person protection order, protective interest, sex offender, stolen plate, stolen vehicle warrants, gang or suspected terrorist, and CCIC data records.
Okay, so one of those is a Colorado-based database and the other is the national database.
Yes.
Correct. And not all of those are acted on. Obviously, some of them are just informational for the office or
Right.
an officer safety type thing.
Officer safety warnings, yeah, that makes sense. I think one of the things that this community may be concerned about is the things that have gotten recent media attention, which have been outright cases of mistaken identity, where somebody doesn't even have a plate that resembles or is 2 digits off of what was actually being looked for. And it hits and the officer comes out of the car supercharged on adrenaline and pulls a family of 4 with small children out of the vehicle in a somewhat scary and violent manner. What risk do we run of that actually happening in our city?
Dave, can I grab that?
Absolutely.
One of the things, council member, is part of our ALPR policy is that if an officer does get a hot list hit, they have to independently verify that with dispatch or on their laptop through CCIC, NCIC. Our policy is to do that to avoid any wrongful stops or enforcement actions. So if a plate does come up as a misread, then the officer has to look at the plate that's right in front of them, have dispatch clear that plate themselves, or they can clear the plate themselves independently on their laptop, on their in-car computer, and that is to prevent that or mitigate that from occurring.
Okay, so the plate comes up. Where does the warning pop? Is it on the officer's computer or on the camera?
It comes up on the computer.
On the computer, and it's accompanied by a picture of the plate. And so they visually verify it.
Okay.
And typically the officer will pick up the discrepancy. A 0 looks like an O, for example, and they will
Okay.
pick it up that it's a misread. It also happens where it misreads from state to state. So it may be, they may have a felony in Mississippi on that same plate number, but they see that it's a Mississippi plate versus a Colorado plate and they realize it's a misread.
Okay.
So all of that's done through verification.
Okay, great. That's good to hear. I think the last question I have is in a similar vein. The car associated with the person, how does the vehicle get associated with the person? For instance, if, Jimbo is 21 and he lives with his grandparents at their house and they have 2 vehicles, does he get associated with grandma and grandpa's cars?
Not necessarily. If he has a history with that car, a prior case potentially, but typically it goes to the registered owner.
Okay, great. Thank you.
All right, any further questions from members of council? I think where we're going to go from here, just because this has just been an item that we've been discussing for quite a while, I'm going to ask that if members of council agree that on the Tuesday, September 8th agenda item, that we because I think I'm hearing that members of council would like to put to vote whether or not we move forward with the cancellation of the flock camera contract. So I would like to see that added as part of the agenda for September 8th. In addition to that, I'd like to see if there's a majority of council that wants to do this, have a separate line item for moving forward with Axon as our stationary LPR vendor for that same night, Tuesday, September 8th. So is there any disagreement with that approach? Go ahead, Member Ward.
I think the timing there might be awkward because it leaves some gaps. I would put the Axon decision ahead of the flock decision.
I'm sorry, say that again?
I think the timing would be awkward because Axon doesn't come online the day after we sign the contract. So I would prefer to put the Axon decision ahead of the flock decision so that we're not naked for 2 weeks or a month without a tool to use while we wait for the right vendor.
Thank you, Member Ward. I think as part of I thought it was part of the packet, but if we were to make that change from flock to Axon, I think there's still a little bit of a gap based on what I read. Is that correct, Deputy Chief?
From what I did see, yes, sir. When I looked at this, when we put this together, it appears as if when the city decides that they want to terminate the flock contract, and I might be misspeaking, but that we can set a date to say we want to terminate it on this day.
Right.
And then it would take about 4 to 6 weeks to remove the equipment, but on that day, we can even have IT turn off all ability to even log into the flock system, and we can have flock turned off on that day to be determined. If council goes that direction, then we can work with our partners at Axon to work on a date to be determined in that future time to have that up and running as well.
Right, I think, because they would have to install the cameras, software, and that seemed to be like a 4 to 6 week gap if I read it correctly.
It seemed to be the exact same 4 to 6 weeks, yes, sir.
Okay. So I think that there's still going to be potentially, if we were to move forward with that approach, that we may be relying on the in-car Axon potentially for a short time frame.
Yes, sir. Depending on council's direction, from what I understand, we would be able to have a drop-dead cancellation date with flock, and we could work with our partners at Axon to make sure that we were up and running with Axon on that date, so we would not have that blackout period. It would take a little bit of coordination, but I think we could accommodate that.
Thank you, Deputy Chief. Member Ward, do you still want to go with that approach?
My primary concern is the lack of coverage. So if we feel that administratively we can handle that by making these decisions on the same night, I'm fine.
Okay.
But I also have gotten the sense that at least one member of this body would like that contract to terminate on the night that we vote for it to terminate.
Right.
And so I would have concern that we would sign a contract on the same night that we're terminating one, we're going to be without coverage.
No, completely understand that concern, Member Ward, but I think I'm also in the camp that I'm not in favor of keeping flock longer than needed. So that's currently where I stand. Anyone online? I can't see hands. So is there anyone, Member Prang or Mayor Pro Tem? Anything you want to add there? If not, that's okay. So go ahead, Member Prang.
I just would, I'm happy to entertain both of those discussions on the 8th. I think it's time to get to some decision making and give our police department a sense of where we're at and where we're heading so that plans can be made. And I do appreciate the willingness to do the coordination necessary to make sure that we have coverage as soon as we can. But for the sake of us having discussed this for an extended amount of time, I think it's time for some decision making.
I appreciate that. All right. With that, thank you very much, Member Prang. So I see no further comments. So Chief, Deputy Chief, Division Chief, it was a team effort tonight. I saw everybody just come up and provide their comments and information regarding the Flock and Axon systems. Thank you again for coming and speaking tonight and informing us and informing the public on how these are being used. We'll meet again on September 8th, provide clear direction on how we want to move forward. very appreciative of you and your team. Thank you very much to Axon, to their representatives for also educating us on some of the systems. And I'll have more to say September 8th regarding just my trust that I have in our police department. So I'll be speaking on that a little bit more at that time. So thank you again for the information tonight. With that, everyone, we will take a break, a 10-minute break, and we'll come back for the last agenda item. Thank you. All right, members. All right, members of council, we are now back. All right, everyone, we are now back. We're moving on to the third agenda item for tonight. Oh, there he is. We have our Deputy City Manager Tim Dodd and city staff here to provide an update on progress made for Phase 2 of the Englewood South Revitalization Project. Good evening, Tim.
Great, thank you, Mayor. So I'm here right now with Amanda Arntz from our communications department, but we're going to be joined by several other employees. The purpose of tonight is to give you an update on the work that we've done to date, but also to talk to you about, and I know it's getting late, but hopefully talk to you and get some inputs from you about a possible Phase 3 of the project, which has now been going on for about a year and 4 months. So just as a quick refresher, this runs for much of it's about a 2.1 or so, I believe, mile stretch. We say it starts at the Jefferson intersection, but it's really right below downtown. And then it goes to right before the Littleton border on the intersection with Bellevue Avenue. As a quick reminder, we started this in May of 2025. The first phase was really focused on community engagement. I think one of the things we're most proud about this phase, we had 75 different community members be a part of the 8 strategy groups that brought ideas forward to you on September 8th of 2025. Then after that, we started working on initial implementation. 2 of the strategy groups focused on economic and redevelopment as well as complete streets. Came back to you in February to get more detailed guidance from you, so thank you for that. And then the proposed Phase 3 is continued implementation, which pending your approval this evening or a future date would be continued implementation as well as some possible new ideas. As a reminder, a refresher, we had 8 strategies. 1 of them, has been completed. Branding, obviously you chose on November 17th of last year, Englewood South as the brand. So we've been hard at work to implement that brand across the work that we're doing, particularly through our wayfinding program, which is one of the strategies. You'll hear about the other 7 strategies this evening. Now I'll turn it over to Amanda Arntz to go over a bit about engagement and the work that we've done so far.
Good evening, Council. Amanda Arntz, Communication Division Manager. As a quick refresher, this project began in May 2025 with 2 study sessions where we provided council with provided council with an update in September of 2025, and then followed by a study session in November to receive council direction on the branding strategy that was just discussed. Most recently, we spoke with you in February of this year to provide an update on implementation, and we're excited to be back tonight to share the progress that has been made since then. So this project would not have been possible without the help of our community throughout the planning process. We began with an initial open house in May 2025, where approximately 100 community members participated. That August, we brought together more than 70 residents participants across 8 strategy focus groups, and later welcomed approximately 100 to 150 community members at the South Broadway walking tour. We also heard from more than 600 community members through our community survey, providing valuable ideas and feedback on the future of the corridor. And then in October of 2025, our branding survey received more than 600 responses as well, helping us better understand how the community sees South Broadway and its future. Most recently, we held an Englewood South Phase 2 progress update open house in April, continuing the conversation with the community and sharing updates on each of the strategy areas. All of this community input helped shape the framework of this plan and continues to inform its implementation, ensuring the work reflects the ideas, priorities, and vision of the people who live and work and spend time in the Englewood South Corridor. So with that, I'll hand it back over to Interim City Manager Shawn.
Great, thank you, Amanda. And so the next 2 slides, I'm just really going to quickly highlight in a table form what we're going to be speaking to you about this evening. As a reminder, branding has been completed. The next 2, complete streets and economic development, are both areas that are in progress given the detailed feedback you gave us in February. New city amenities is probably one of the areas tonight where we need the most feedback or direction from you, because we have done 1 major project, but we would like additional feedback about additional community engagement. Public art, we're very excited this evening to present to you a public art strategy that our team has been hard at work at developing. Safety, we have some areas for feedback here. We've been working on the CPTED, crime prevention through environmental design, audits and no trespass agreements, and would like some additional guidance on that. signature event really is to share that we have an upcoming event this fall to get ideas from you on. And then finally, an update on our wayfinding program. So I'm going to turn it over to Christina Underhill, who's going to talk about new city amenities. Mayor, just wanted a quick check-in. Would you like to pause for questions after each section or at the end?
Yeah, I think so. Within each chapter, I think we should stop for questions. So
Great, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Christina Underhill, Director of Parks, Recreation, Library, and Golf. So we had 2 recommendations from Council to move forward with. One was install 2 little libraries along the corridor, which we have done at Western Sky and Peace Addict, and then also to explore available open space options along South Broadway to eventually develop a park if possible. So that's something we've been looking at and researching, and also looking at what opportunities may exist for not only parks but other amenities. So this is the one project highlight. It's a little free library that's gone in. It originally was stocked by our library team, but each time we check it, new books have arrived as people take them. So it is working as it should. We do look for other items to be in the little library that shouldn't be there, and if so, we do either call PD or remove them, depending on what it is. But to date, nothing major has come up with these. So for phase 3, we're looking at community engagement, potentially doing that early next year, just to re-engage, to continue to gather ideas for what South Broadway could have as new amenities in the area, and then also continue to look at locations for new amenities to be placed. So as the ideas come up, we'll continue to look for those locations that we could place them. So with that, I'd entertain any questions or ideas.
thank you very much, Director. Any questions from members of council? Go ahead, Member Russell.
Thank you. So has anybody been willing to sell us land to put a park up there?
Not yet. Not yet.
Okay. Thank you.
Right. I see no further questions. Thank you very much, Director.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Grace Arnolds. I'm the Management Fellow in the City Manager's Office, talking about the current public art strategy for Englewood South. So the Cultural Arts Commission has been developing a corridor-specific public arts strategy based on direction received in 2025. 4 additional special meetings have been held to kind of really go into depth with this. The potential mural placement is something that's come up a lot within the commission meetings as something that's going to be part of it. This is going to be coming forward for approval in the September 2nd meeting next week, so that we can start kind of really going into some of that specifics and how we can start implementing everything. So the purpose of the plan itself is to really help identify like opportunities for artwork and additional funding that might be needed to execute all of the aspects within this plan. But everything within the plan has been pretty finalized. Just needs to be set in for approval next week. But any direction that we're requesting right now is if you think there should be any changes before that goes in for final approval for the commission. Once that gets approved, we're going to start planning for grant deadlines, identify projects to start pursuing within the CAC, and researching partnerships and other fellow opportunities to kind of help with that funding, and really start looking into the future within 2027 and further. But yeah, that's all I have for this section.
Grace, thank you very much for that. Member Russell, go ahead.
Thank you for the presentation. Do we have funding to accomplish what's coming forward?
So as of now, a lot of this is just kind of like funding dependent. It needs to still be approved. So once it's approved, that a lot of that research and grant opportunities will be starting to look at.
Okay, thank you.
I don't see any questions online. So Grace, did you need any specific direction from us today? If there's no direction, it's just we're good to go, right?
Yep, yeah.
Status quo?
Yeah, it's all good to go unless you guys
Okay.
see any other projects or any other funding opportunities you want us to add specifically.
Okay, perfect. Don't see anything from members of council, so Grace, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Stacy Durbin, Community Relations and Crime Prevention Manager with Englewood Police Department.
be discussing our safety part of South Broadway. Our first recommendation to council was to create a business safety network, which we implemented last fall. We had our first meeting in December 2025 with 10 in attendance. Our second meeting in March had 15 in attendance, and then our third meeting, mid-July of 2026, we had 8 in attendance. We will be scheduling our fourth meeting for this fall. Additionally, we have the crime prevention through environmental design safety audits that we've been pushing through the Broadway corridor. That's also CEPTED. We have implemented that and continue to offer and complete these audits for any businesses along Broadway that are interested in them. We created new no trespassing signs that we've been accompanying the CEPTED agreements with. We offer those to our business owners free of charge, and in whatever number they may need for their business. And so far, we have distributed 78 no trespassing signs within our business community. Our project highlight is for the Broadway Business Safety Network. It was to implement a neighborhood watch type of group for our businesses. Also to spread kind of our resources and things we offer for our community here from the police department and the city. Our meetings have been going great and growing in popularity. Definitely word of mouth has helped on those as well. We have our next meeting come up in the fall. Additionally, we, along with Will Slate and Colton, we've done the community conversation on homelessness and a report which they have worked on. So that kind of stemmed from the information we were receiving from our business owners that came from our meeting. We also created a CEPTED landing page and interest form for businesses to reach out and express their interest in having one of those done, and actually received our first interest today. For phase 3, we'd like to propose a business safety resource guide. We could distribute this to all the businesses along South Broadway. It would cover maybe some hands-on, easy CEPTED check pointers that they could do, things they could check and install on their own, whether that's lights, locks, that kind of thing. Important contacts, and then frequently asked questions for safety concerns. And that's all I have for safety.
All right, Ms. Durbin, thank you very much. Any questions from council? I just have one question. The 3 meetings that we had with area businesses, were they the same attendees, or did we have a good mix throughout the 3 meetings?
There was a good mix. The first 2 had a little bit of overlap. I think there was maybe 3 to 4 repeat ones, but then the first meeting compared to the third, it was a whole new group.
Okay. Sounds great. Thank you so much, Ms. Durbin.
Thank you.
Sorry, Member Russell has a question. Sorry.
Thank you. I actually have a couple. So did you say that 13 people attended the second meeting and 8 attended the third meeting?
Yes.
Okay. What are we doing to curtail graffiti on public property? Did you get any complaints about graffiti on public property there?
The past couple of meetings, we have not discussed graffiti. It's been more of a discussion of unwanted individuals on the property.
Okay.
But graffiti hasn't seemed to come up just yet.
Okay. So mostly, do you meet with the entire Broadway corridor, or is this just the South Broadway from Hamden to Bellevue?
It started with South Broadway, and then by word of mouth through the business owners, it's expanded to the whole Broadway corridor. So I do meet, if they're a business owner within our city, they're invited to come to our meeting. So it kind of covers the whole area.
Okay. Just because council got a couple emails, 3 or 4 emails last week about this problem, and I went to a meeting with a business owner, and on North Broadway, they are very unhappy with what's going on. Let's see. So this is on the, I wrote these things on different pages. This is one on a project highlights. I actually asked this one business owner, do the police call or come when they're called?
Sure.
The response was maybe or maybe not. So I'm just giving you information.
Sure.
What I've heard.
It's going to depend a lot on their call and the criteria of the call. If there's someone's safety or life is at risk, that's obviously going to take precedence over a graffiti call or an unwanted individual that may be loitering, that kind of thing. So it's going to depend on the type of day, the time of day, what else is occurring, what's in our our queue at the PD as well. So,
Okay, I appreciate that. And I
Yeah.
mean, so is the purpose of this just to tell them what they can do to make their property more safe? I mean, SEPTED is giving them ideas of what they need to do to make them. Do you ever discuss what they would like the police department to do?
Both of those things are discussed. I discuss what they can do, some suggestions, maybe like additional lights, that kind of thing, make their property less appealing for individuals to hang out. So we talk about that. We also talk about the resources that the police department provides, when to call, how we can help, what to expect from us. So we discuss that as well. There's always a conversation on what every business owner's been encountering, and there's kind of some back and forth on that. I actually usually get really great feedback on the police department and their response to any time that the business owners call.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you for your report.
Sure.
Member Prang and then Member Summerson.
Thank you. I just had a quick question on the safety meetings that are being held. Those are mainly business focused. Has there been any thought given to maybe not as often, but having some, just regular resident safety meetings and feedback collection for safety of the corridor?
Sure. We have discussed it. I think we started with business owners since it was that South Broadway corridor right there. Majority of it is business owners right along there. So we started with business owners. They do tend to see a little different. They see different stuff than some of the residences do. So we started just with the core business one. We have talked about extending it to residents. I do think I would keep them separate though, in two different groups, because they do see different things depending on where they are in the city.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I would encourage you to continue to consider expanding that.
Sure.
Just because I do think that, council does oftentimes get feedback or emails from community members who are just trying to frequent a business along the corridor who definitely would have a different level of input. And I think that, considering all of that is important. So thank you for your willingness.
Sure, definitely.
Member Summerson.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate the SEPTED program. I think having talked to a lot of businesses in the 3400 block in North, I can see a lot of them being interested in this, so happy to help promote. My question, I guess, was a particular item that has come up is loss prevention, right? How do we help support businesses in that space as well? And I don't know that that necessarily falls within SEPTED, but I guess for awareness that that's something we heard as feedback as well. Is
Sure.
There's just an opportunity. So I appreciate the loitering, vandalism, lighting, and happy to promote that, but just wanted to call attention to that part too. So.
Great, thank you.
All right, Ms. Durbin, I don't see any further questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Colton Zadkovic, the Neighborhood Engagement Specialist, and I'm here to talk or just give an update really about the signature event for Englewood South happening October 10th. Just to give you all a reminder about the direction we've previously received, we were told to go forward with the Art in All Its Forms event coinciding with the second Saturdays. This event will be on October 10th from 1 to 3. This is a little outdated now because we've had some developments this week in terms of location. So it's going to be either between the BMO lot between Western Sky, that grassy area, or at Englewood's Finest. We're waiting to hear back from BMO tomorrow, and then we'll be able to finalize the site and start marketing from there. But 1 to 3 is the chosen time to coincide with second Saturdays. The only project highlight, of course, I have is the signature events. We have over 10 vendors now interested, including 6 artists for the home base. The home base is going to be what I've mentioned, either next to Western Sky or at Englewood's Finest. Once we finalize the home base, we'll confirm event participants and activities and begin marketing and promotion. There isn't really any direction needed tonight. I just wanted to provide you all with an update on what we're envisioning for the event. So we had a great idea of a community tablecloth. This will be like the call to action for residents to come to the home base, contribute to this tablecloth, which could be used at future neighborhood nights events. We plan to have an art gallery tasting. That's where the artists, some of whom will be Second Saturday's galleries, some of whom aren't, can come and provide prints or just information about their art or their galleries at the home base. And then, of course, we want to use this event to promote Second Saturdays and the BERT Second Saturdays route, which is only funded through the end of 2026, but it'll be an opportunity for residents who come to the home base for the community tablecloth, the art gallery tasting, and other activities to then go on and get on BERT and go experience Second Saturdays. But no real direction request that I wanted to provide you an update, but also obviously welcome to any feedback or ideas for any other activities at the event. Thank you.
Colton, I don't see any questions online either. I think we're good. So Colton, thank you very much for the update.
Mayor, I had a quick question or comment.
Come on back. Go ahead, Member Prang.
I just would be remiss if we have this conversation and I don't continue to reiterate my interest in a farmer's market situation, even if not a full-blown one, even if we could have a few farmers available to have some of that at the signature event, just to see if it's something that the community has a taste for and would resonate. I just will continue to advocate for that into the future.
Thanks for that feedback. I would love to see something like this. I think our discussions have been about kind of having this be a smaller event this year. And then I think with the interest we've seen so far, I would love to see it build in future years based on feedback. But I love that idea.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Prang. All right, Colton, I don't see any further questions, so this time it's real. Thank you so much. All right, up next. Do we have Amanda back up?
Good evening. Amanda Arns, Communication Division Manager once again. Oh, okay. As a reminder, these are some of the projects that were recommended last September. A Southern Gateway feature. We are moving forward with implementation of that, which will be discussed as part of the Cultural Arts Commission's strategy study session next week. A banner spanning South Broadway was requested to be implemented. However, after further research and investigation, there's a very, very high cost of relocating the utilities in this area, upwards of $100,000. So just to be a good steward of tax-funded money, we're going to kind of reallocate that funding and push it towards that Southern Gateway feature. Light pole banners, the direction was to implement, and those have been installed and are located on the Englewood South corridor now. And vehicular wayfinding signs, those have also been implemented, and they were implemented as banners in the they're in design phase or being installed currently. Project highlight is those are the light pole banners that are located in the corridor. They highlight different corridor brand identity, promote event amenities, and in the future we'll shift some of those out to promote events and create a consistent visual rhythm along the corridor. So we will also explore a replacement program with consistent standards for design, placement, and maintenance for these banners. For phase 3 is we want to move forward with the implementation of that Southern Gateway to create a strong feature at Hampton Avenue and Broadway that signals entry to the corridor. The feature should reflect the wooden nook design concept and be a memorable welcome identity art piece in that area. So the council direction requested is if we should move forward with the implementation of the Southern Gateway, knowing that the funding it was originally on hold to lack of funding, but now that the funding from the banner can be reallocated, if this is something that we should move forward to implement a art feature in this area. That's
Amanda, thank you so much for that. Any questions from council? Member Russell.
So What did we decide to name the South Broadway corridor?
Englewood South.
Englewood South. So is this sign going to be Englewood South, or is it going to be Wooded Nook?
Oh, so it will be an Englewood South gateway feature, but it will still reflect pieces of the Wooded Nook design that are located throughout the city. So we get kind of a cohesive look, so it doesn't look out of place. Some of the community signs at parks and other areas kind of have some of those elements. So we want to kind of carry that over to make a cohesive look with some of the elements we already have, but it would be focused on Englewood South, still to be determined based on the CAC's input on that feature.
Okay, but it's not necessarily related to the neighborhood in that area?
No, it's for the Englewood South corridor.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Any further questions? I don't see anything. Amanda, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Kyle Branham, City Engineer, Public Works. I'll be talking about complete streets today. I'll be giving project updates based on the direction received in February of 2026. So first one up here for the short-term projects is the lower speed limits. Our direction in February was to move forward with sign installation. Have a little typo here. These additional signs are currently being installed. They're not installed yet. After those signs are installed, and after the complete streets construction is complete, we'll also complete another speed study throughout this corridor to determine if a speed reduction is warranted. For the parklets, we have done an initial review with other cities. The direction received was to pause this implementation and study how to install safely on side streets or South Broadway in the future. We've done an initial review with other cities. Most cities do allow these parklets in the right-of-way. Denver is really the only city with a comprehensive guide on the design and implementation of these parklets within the right-of-way. Some of the requirements they have is speed limits less than or equal to 25 miles an hour, travel lanes 10 foot or wider. They must not cover bike lanes or ADA parking and transit stops. They do have some setback and intersection visibility requirements, and also crash-rated barriers are required on high-volume streets. So the next step for this one, for us, will be a more deeper dive into this topic and discussing with other cities how they permit these use types. We'll then create a document that outlines our findings and the applicable use on side streets and recommendations for and against this on Broadway. Medium-term projects. First one is narrowing lanes. Our direction in February is to move forward with painting the lane lines along Broadway. So we will design and implement this white parking lanes with the 2027 Mill and Overlay project, which will be completed next summer. The parking lane won't necessarily narrow the street, but it will kind of give the illusion of it since there's not a line there right now. So that inside lane right next to the parking lane will have a line along the right side of it. So it'll give the illusion of being a little bit narrower and hopefully help slow traffic down in that area. Pedestrian refuge areas, islands. The direction was to move forward with this and perform additional study after the complete streets construction is complete. So we will conduct further analysis and evaluation following the completion of the project to identify locations along Broadway corridor where additional pedestrian crossing safety measures may be warranted. Given Broadway is a high volume corridor, it may not be feasible or appropriate to remove the left turn lanes at all locations. So we will evaluate individual locations and determine if the left turn lanes may be removed and kind of look at the operational impacts, safety considerations, and the costs associated with those removals. The pedestrian refuge islands may be most applicable at locations where there's sufficient median width. So that might mean putting these at more of like a mid-block crossing with full median width is available. So we'll evaluate where the treatment can provide the greatest safety benefit without compromising necessary corridor operations. So the intent of the pedestrian refuge island is to improve crossing safety. So we'll also evaluate other strategies that may achieve similar objectives, including leading pedestrian intervals at the crossings and recalculating and increasing pedestrian crossing times. Third medium project here is the increased tree canopy along the corridor. We're paused that for now, and we further staff analysis to investigate methods of irrigation and feasibility. I did talk to Parks a little bit, and it sounds like a third-party contractor hand watering these trees along this corridor is a possibility. That has its challenges as well as an irrigation system. I think it might be good to get some further feedback, further direction on that if we do want to go one way or the other. I think the discussion before was kind of look into both, and there's not really a great way either way. So I think both are going to have challenges, both are going to have costs. So maybe some further direction on that would be good before we move any further. Let's see. So our last project that we're looking into right now is the long term, and that is the wider sidewalks. We paused that for now to investigate completing this work in targeted areas and looking at grant funding. We haven't made much leeway on this one right now. We do plan to work with Will Slate and his team and the Complete Streets Working Group to determine ideal corridors to potentially add wider sidewalks, maybe even additional bump outs and tree canopy in those areas, while concurrently identifying the best grants to pursue for that work. And with that, that's all I have. So available for questions.
Thank you very much for that presentation. Go ahead, Member Russell.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation. My question is about the tree canopy. So we're pausing that for now. What are we going to do with those big holes on South Broadway? Those planter boxes? We're just going to leave them open?
That's a part of the South Broadway Complete Streets project. That doesn't, the increased tree canopy initiative as part of the Englewood South revitalization project is separate from that. That's an ongoing project.
So are we going to put trees in those planter boxes?
Yeah.
It's already scheduled for that to happen.
Yes, ma'am.
And are those irrigated?
Those will be on irrigation system, yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So then where is this increased tree canopy? Where are we talking about doing that?
That'll be a part of the analysis potentially in the future after a Complete Streets project is completed, where the best place to be to install those trees would be. We'll work with Parks and maybe even Will Slate's team to determine the best location for those.
So will it mostly be in Parks then?
I believe along the street, along the sidewalk corridor, yeah.
Okay. All right. I just would like to put my 2 cents worth in. If we're not going to irrigate the trees, it is a waste of money to put the trees in, because hand watering, they will not survive, especially if the weather continues like it has been. Well, like right now, it's pretty good, but the drought that we've been having. So, all right, thank you.
Thank you, Member Russell. Member Bethel?
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on the tree canopy as well. There's, to me, nothing more depressing than a street of dead trees. I love our urban canopy, and I love Englewood's efforts to increase our urban canopy, but we have to do it right, and that means, to me, irrigation. So until we can figure out how we can sufficiently irrigate trees that are placed along sidewalks in that South Broadway corridor, it'd be my preference to pause on the project. And that said, as a tree enthusiast.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Member Bethel. I think my opinion has changed based on just conversations with Member Bethel on this, because I was hoping to just put up trees without the irrigation, but I was told that that's a very bad idea. And actually, I've heard from other cities about how bad that would be as well. So I would be in favor of pausing the project until we can find additional funding for irrigation to support tree growth. So.
Okay. Thank you for that direction.
Member Ward.
I guess I'm a little confused about the nexus between this project and the South Broadway revitalization project, because they seem like overlapping items. we've seen planter boxes along South Broadway that have been installed and are going to be irrigated and presumably will contain trees. So I don't get the hang up, I guess. What?
So these are two separate projects, correct, Mr. Branham? Because those trees are going to be going in where you see the planter boxes today. But we're talking about increasing canopy throughout that entire Hampton to Bellevue or select areas.
Isn't that the goal of the planter boxes?
But no, those are only going to be one set. We're talking about like a bigger set of tree canopy across South Broadway, outside of just the ones that you already see for the planter boxes. We're talking about more than that.
Yeah, that doesn't make a lot of sense to me, but maybe I just don't understand.
The current trees that we're installing are part of the bump outs on the bus stops. Right. And so this would be in addition to those at different corners throughout the corridor.
So we would be looking at potentially doing additional construction in a place that we just finished reconstructing. Is that correct?
Mayor, if I could.
Oh, go ahead.
Yes, but it's also just tree wells. So a lot of times what cities do is they just saw cut a 1 foot strip after they've located all the utilities, and just bury that the irrigation line in that strip, and then put tree wells, space those to where they're not impacting businesses or getting in the way of driveways, et cetera. So it is an additional project, but we don't have the funding for it now, to the point made earlier.
Okay, thank you.
Member Bethel.
Yeah, I was just going to comment also and kind of point eyes towards my favorite medians in the Denver metro area. Seems like an esoteric thing to be really into, but the section of Bellevue through Greenwood Village by the country club there. Is that Glenmore, I believe? It's kind of like right in front of Glenmore Country Club. It's like a template written from the Denver Botanic Gardens of native grasses, buff sandstone quarried locally up in Lions, and some really nice native trees. So if we're looking for inspiration on how to plant our new planter boxes, that would be where I would look.
This is the happiest I've seen you this meeting, so look at that. Thank you very much, Member Bethel. So is that just east of University? Is that what you're talking about? Just east of University, west of the Highline Canal?
Yeah, exactly. That's Bellevue as it goes through Greenwood Village.
Yeah, gotcha. All right, perfect. Any further questions? I see none. Mr. Branham, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Will Slate, Economic Development Manager. Thank you for having me. I'm also here today with Planning Manager Colin Wahab and Redevelopment Manager Terry Ware. I'm excited to talk about the Economic Development and Redevelopment Working Group. As a quick recap, I'm going to walk through the 8 strategies that we discussed in February before diving into the implementation update and then following up with our Phase 3 considerations for you all. So the first 3 strategies discussed will be part of the implementation discussion at the end of this presentation, and that relates to the flexible land use, motel transition, and limiting auto-centric uses. The second one, simplifying business the second group, the last one on this slide, simplifying business processes. We're focused on updating patio and food truck permitting. We'll have an update for you in a subsequent slide as well. And then the last 4 that we discussed in February, local transit, that was a strategy we decided to pause at that time, so no activity has happened since then. And then business support is another item that Council directed us to move forward on, so we'll have an update on the pilot grant as well as the business retention training program. And then the last 2 are unique. So the first one, commercial vacancy. It's something that we discussed through the lens of Englewood South revitalization, but also after February, the city got into the strategic planning discussion, and vacancy has come up during that venue as well. And so we deemed it more appropriate to fully dedicate that or have that conversation through the lens of the strategic plan rather than the Englewood South revitalization project, just because the scope of any commercial vacancy program, tax, or fee goes well beyond the defined boundaries of this project. And then the last one, development support. This hit on a couple of topics which we will discuss during the phase 3 implementation. Council was interested in pursuing some items, but due to capacity and staff turnover, we haven't got to them. So we're going to bring it back to you just to reaffirm those points. In terms of tangible updates, where we got from February to today, the first strategy in terms of simplifying business processes, we were able to start tackling how our businesses navigate patio and food truck permitting. 3 main things we're able to achieve, and it's still a work in progress. One is extending patio permit term lengths from 1 year to 3 years. The second is removing the requirement of a construction bond for any existing patios. And then third, and most important, is removal of any redundancies and friction in the application process. All 3 of these together stand to improve not only the customer experience, but also staff experience and ability to manage all of this year over year. The second category, business support, was really focused on how do we keep the businesses that are in this corridor here and what can we learn from this project to take elsewhere in the city. 2 initiatives that we launched through this were the Flexible Improvement Grant Pilot. As you may know, our capital improvement grants, which is our business initiation grant and our business acceleration, are focused on tangible business property improvements. This pilot tested, are there other initiatives we can fund to help the vitality of businesses, whether it's exterior painting and murals, signage, landscaping, things that aren't necessarily something we currently fund but could. So we have awarded 5 grants, but all 5 are still working through the project completion. Once we have those complete, we will have a report for you all on what they spend it on, and then pre and post-op, if you will. The second of the business support strategy was designing a business retention training program. Think of this as a cohort training model. So in collaboration with the Small Business Development Center and the Chamber of Commerce, we've built a multi-course engagement for small business owners in Englewood to ensure they have a great foundation that they're operating from, but then also set them up for sustainable success. Again, this is not targeting new businesses. This is solely focused on existing businesses. And we're looking to launch that in Q1 2027. A long-term benefit from this cohort training model that I hope to learn what Centennial did with their Spark program is they created an alumni network, which then creates another network of businesses who work with each other, but also have another connection to the city. And so there's great power in layering that onto the actual training itself. And so that's a review of the updates. Would council like to go through any questions there or just go through the phase 3?
You want to keep moving along, Mr. Slate?
All right. The last section is for your consideration tonight. These are 4 topics from the initial strategies, all of which we want to confirm council's interest in further pursuing. So the first is the flexible land use strategy, and there's several actions within there. One was we talked about hosting a developer roundtable. The second was further studying a reduction of commercial parking requirements. And then another one was also studying entertainment zones. The ask of council tonight is if you are all still interested in pursuing some or all of these actions associated with this strategy. The second action, or the second strategy, is the motel transitions. And so the action from this one is conducting a thorough motel outreach and engagement with the property owners. With the added note that Mayor Sierra made in concern to Hat Force and any implications that could come from that. Today, our ask is to make sure that you all would like to see this engagement be implemented, as well as if there's any other considerations we as staff should be aware of. The third is the strategy around limiting auto-centric uses. When we discussed this with council in February, one of the main notes that came up is we did want to talk about this, but we wanted to wait until a full council was sat for further discussion. Again, the goal of this strategy, the action here, would be scheduling a study session with council so that we could discuss potential land use policies we could leverage, as well as potential economic impacts of any of those changes. So the ask for council tonight is if you're still interested in scheduling that study session, And if there's any considerations that you would like us to bring forward to the study session or specific items you'd like us to address in that study session. And then the last one is the development toolkit. We want to, again, engage council with a more focused discussion on what policies or incentives are out there that some cities are using to encourage the development they want to see. And then through a discussion with council, see what is a good fit for Englewood, if any. So the ask to council today is, are you still interested in pursuing that study session? And is there any considerations or things we should take forward into that study session? And that is it.
Mr. Slade, thank you very much for that. Any questions, comments? Member Russell, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Slate. So are there a lot of vacant properties on South Broadway where we're talking about these ideas?
There are vacant properties on South Broadway. The tough part is tracking vacant properties. So the tool we use, CoStar, I would not say is perfect because some could be held in a family trust and not necessarily considered vacant by CoStar standards, but they're vacant to our eyes. So I would say if we were to pull the data for you, there's definitely going to be properties, but it won't capture every property with the tool we currently use.
So have we talked to any of these property owners about whether they want to sell their property to a developer? I mean, there are a lot of properties down there and a lot of businesses. Have we talked to them at all? Or are we just going to decide that we're changing it all and we'll just decide in council and then we'll go tell them, you guys ought to move out? Is that kind of what the plan is?
So to your point in terms of engagement, in terms of what areas may see the most potential for redevelopment, a lot of conversations has come up around the motels, mostly because of, for lack of a better word, the geography of the area. They're already a bigger lot. And that's why conducting specific outreach to the motel and the property owners, understanding where they stand, understanding what opportunities or challenges the city can help with, may yield the biggest benefit. In terms of direct engagement to property owners or trying to facilitate immediate change, none of that has happened as of right now. Again, the goal is, and I know there was some consternation when this project began that there was a thought we'd be reaching out to property owners to see when they'd want to sell, or that may create pressure on existing businesses to move out. And so we're trying to create intentional, focused conversations where we can actually do stuff. So I don't know if I necessarily answered your question, Councilmember Russell, but I'm happy to kind of workshop it with you.
I actually enjoy this myself because I think one thing that this council ought to be very careful of is discouraging any businesses that we already have there. Our retail sales is plummeting. And so just for your information, those hotels or motels, it's more motels, have been there for a long time, probably even since I was little. And there were a couple council members, actually, I replaced one of their seats. They both came up at the same time. This council member was on council for 12 years, and his biggest complaint was the motels. After he left, one of them is gone. One. Good luck. So I find this very interesting. So,
And if I may add to that comment, I think it's very relevant that any change is very hard to make. And so we need to be very conscious about how we engage with any of it. And I see all of these actions up here interplaying. While they're separate because they're each points of discussion, again, if we wanted to see any change, we may have to incentivize it. And do we want to incentivize anything? That's a question we have to answer. And so to your point that transferring a motel use into any other use is going to be a very hard endeavor is very true. And something that we've seen across the metro area in Denver when they try and do it, from even a motel to a hotel, they're not able to make that transition. They'll just go back to a motel with a new bar at the bottom.
okay, thank you, I appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilmember, for the questions.
Member Ward?
I agree. I see a lot of interconnected things here. On the subject of our motels, we have at least one of those larger properties in District 4, not far from my own house. And early in my council career, back in 2021, which seems like forever ago now, I got a phone call from someone who was interested in purchasing one of those larger motel properties, which was at the time, I believe, closed, and the owner was looking to sell because he had some issues with the property, and the city came in and told him he had issues with the property, and so he wasn't able to operate it at the time. And the challenge is really, as I saw it, some inflexibility in our thinking as a city, and as a building department, and as a community development department, because he wanted to take these units where people were already living, many of them living there full-time for long periods of time, which had, a lot of them had kitchenettes or other types of cooking facilities in their units, and convert them to actual apartments where people would sign long-term leases and become part of our community. And the answer that he got when he inquired about this was, well, you can do that, but you have to sprinkler the building, which is a 7-figure cost for a developer like that. And he just didn't find the value in that proposition. And it also doesn't really make a lot of sense to me when I think about it. We have people living there now, they're not dead. Mm-hmm. What's the difference if they live there for a month or if they sign a 1-year lease? The difference is we have people that are invested and embedded in the community living there on a 12-month lease, and we don't on a 30-day or month-to-month. So that's one of the things that I would love to see us talk about is potentially converting some of these properties and what the interest might be in that. The other thing I'll point out is on the auto-centric use. Another District 4 property recently converted from a functioning restaurant property collecting sales tax to an empty vacant lot generating not one dime of sales tax. And it was because it was purchased by someone who wants to use it for car lot purposes, which are perfectly legal use along Broadway, but feels like a missed opportunity to me. So these are discussions that I'm willing to have. I don't know how they're shaped. And then finally, on the flexible land use question, commercial parking, the other anecdotal thing that comes to mind is the gym that I go to, which is located in Englewood, has 6 handicap parking spots directly in front of the gym. It's in a large parking lot, but it's a gym. How many people who are using handicap plates are actually going to and from the gym? I know there's ADA requirements and federal requirements to a certain extent, but some of these policies seem to actually inhibit one's ability to do business. And it seems like there should be a way for us to kind of look at those with a little more flexibility or figure out a way to adapt them for the actual environment where they're being used. So those are all discussions that I'd like to have about how we can adjust some policy to make the corridor more attractive to business owners that come in and generate sales tax. And one last thing, if I may, on the subject of food trucks, I have seen some food trucks or vans popping up along Broadway, and the thing I always wonder about is, well, did they even bother with the licensing process? And so I don't know how we're doing that, but if we have one business that comes in and goes through the bureaucratic rigmarole to actually do business properly and another business that doesn't, we're creating an unfair market advantage for the business that just knows that we won't enforce or suspects that we won't enforce or hasn't been enforced against. And I think we need to guard against that type of thing as well.
And one thing I would like to add to your last comment is the finance team has done a great job of making it very easy for food trucks to get licensed, which means they're submitting their fire, life safety, and health inspections to the city. The issue is often on the permitting, so the right-of-way access. And so I've done some undercover investigation in our local food trucks to test that hypothesis. And just in terms of, there's 2 functions when you're operating the public right-of-way. It would be the license and then the permit. And we're having a lot of issues with the permit side, but definitely understand and appreciate your comments about the enforcement around it to make it a fair field. Thank you, Councilmember.
Perfect. I'm in favor of seeing all phase 3 come in front of us. I may not be as gung-ho about the entertainment zones, but other than that, I would like to have a discussion about all 4. So, and anything we could do about the permitting part on food trucks, like fast track that, I would like to see it. So, all right, anyone in disagreement with that? All right, Mr. Slate, thank you so much.
Thank you, council. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, Tim.
Thanks, Mayor. We did have a couple discussion questions, if you'd like to take them tonight, or if not, we could do another time. But first is just to get additional feedback from you as a council about how you envision this corridor, whether you see it as more of a main street or more of a thoroughfare. And then at this point, are there additional strategies that you would like us to add or to consider?
Is there anything anyone wants to add at this time of the evening, or something that we should take up at another time? I think this may be one of those items that we may, oh, I think Joe has a comment and so does Tina. So Joe, we'll start with you and then we'll go to Tina. Go ahead, Mayor Protem.
No, my comment was for the last section, and it's no longer necessary since I agree. I just agreed with the consensus. So
Okay, sorry about that. Member Praying, are you in the same boat?
I was actually going to comment on the
Okay.
Main Street versus thoroughfare piece of things. I would encourage us to consider envisioning it as both and recognizing the fact that it is a main thoroughfare through the city, but also, giving some parity as far as offerings along that stretch. Maybe we can't quite get it to, downtown Main Strip amenities, but I think we should be striving to having a variety of amenities that are attractive to pull people from out of the neighborhood. So I think that it could be both.
I agree with that, Member Praying. I think I've always said that there should probably be like 3 areas that we designate along that stretch of South Broadway as areas of focus that we should be publicizing or marketing towards making that like a hub for that part of Englewood. So I'm in agreement, Member Praying. Obviously, we can discuss that in more detail in future discussion. Member Ward.
I think we should be very careful with the thoroughfare approach. The closest analogy that comes to mind for me is what our neighbors to the south have done in Littleton. If you look at Littleton Boulevard, it's not exactly South Broadway. South Broadway runs, the length of the entire Denver metro area, from, Highlands Ranch all the way up to downtown Denver. So it's not the same, but Littleton Boulevard, when you drive it, you start at Broadway and you head through Littleton, and you've got 2 lanes on either side, a 35-mile-an-hour speed limit, which is well enforced. Trust me, I know. And on either side of Littleton Boulevard, you see businesses, restaurant pads. There's a brewery up there. I'm not going to name them all. There's also some office, pads and some, non-retail commercial space along there as well. And then as you head into Old Littleton or downtown Littleton, near the train station, the speed limit drops to 25. The direction goes to 1-way. It's down to 2 lanes. There's pedestrian traffic on both sides in both directions, and it's largely a retail-based environment. And that model, I think, could work well for us. So South Broadway is the thoroughfare which feeds into our downtown, and there are places along South Broadway where you can stop and enjoy whatever you want to enjoy, and then either move through to downtown where you're going or just continue through the city as you will. I wouldn't encourage anything other than a thoroughfare. I think we would make people very angry in our region if we did things like lowering the speed limit or made it more difficult to travel, because it is such a regional feeder. And I think we have a duty to more than just the city of Englewood when we look at the way traffic moves through our city.
Thank you, Member Ward. All right, I see no further questions. So, Tim, did you get what you need?
Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you so much for that item. And I think we are now moving on to, where are we at on this? So I think, are we moving to executive session at this point? We are. So actually, members of council, since we have 2, and thank you very much to staff for the presentation and for all the work on the South Broadway revitalization program. Members of council, we have 2 members of council that are remote tonight, and as part of our council policies, we state in order for us to have an executive session, they need to be in person. What I'm going to ask, since this is a topic that's important that we should have all 7 members, I'm going to ask to waive that requirement or suspend that requirement for this evening in order for them to participate remotely. So do I have to make a motion to suspend our rules for an executive session tonight and then take a vote, or how does that work?
Yes, that would be the appropriate
Okay.
method to do it. Alternatively, if council members have concerns with that, we could push back my annual review. By my contract, it's required to be done by September 1, but we could extend that by mutual consent. And I'm more than happy to do that if doing otherwise causes heartburn for council.
Thank you, City Attorney. Member Summerson?
I just had a question about the rule, right? It's a rule for a reason. And so I was just curious, like waiving it for this particular example seems like it may be logical. Precedence, of course, could be an issue, but I guess I'm just trying to understand more the requirement of having the 7 or all elected officials in the room during an executive session.
I think that was just a recent change a few years back, but go ahead, City Attorney Niles, if you remember.
I think I remember. Some council members expressed concern with people attending executive session remotely because it's so confidential that you can't guarantee that there's not somebody walking by or someone in another room that couldn't overhear some of it. So that's why the rule was adopted originally. That legally, there's no requirement that people can't attend remotely. It is within the council policies, and council policies say by motion, city council can suspend a rule or change a rule.
Thank you very much. Member Ward?
I'd say since the purpose of the executive session is clearly stated, and the reason why we typically don't allow remote participation is because of concerns that what we discuss might be leaked outside of the meeting, or we won't know exactly who's there. The question of whether or not we should make the policy change is not necessarily ours to answer. It would be the employee in questions to answer. So I'll ask the city attorney, what's your opinion on suspending the rule for tonight?
I don't have any concerns about confidentiality from any council member attending remotely, so it's up to you.
That's all I need to know. Thank you.
Either way is fine with me.
All right, with that, if there's no further questions, and I'm assuming if I make a motion, I get a second that Mayor Pro Tem and Member Prang can both vote on this, correct? Should vote, okay. With that, I'll make a motion to suspend our rules, our council policy, and allow council members to join in this executive session remotely tonight. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Ward. Any comments? All right, seeing none, can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson,
Aye.
Member Bethel,
Aye.
Member Prang,
Aye.
Member Russell,
Aye.
Member Summerson,
Aye.
Member Ward,
Aye.
and Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the dialogue. With that, I move to go into executive session. I move that council go into executive session in the Pike Peak conference room for the discussion of a personal matter under C.R.S. Section 246402 4F1 for the purpose of annual employment reviews of our city attorney. Present at the executive sessions are the following persons: Mayor Othaniel Sierra, Mayor Pro Tem Joe Anderson, who will be joining virtually, Councilmember Jack Bethel, Councilmember Tina Prang, who is also joining virtually, Councilmember Rita Russell, Councilmember Rick Summerson, Councilmember Stephen Ward, and City Attorney Tamara Niles. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Ward. Can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson,
Aye.
Member Bethel,
Aye.
Member Prang,
Aye.
Member Russell,
Aye.
Member Summerson,
Aye.
Member Ward,
Aye.
and Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
Thank you very much. We will now exit this meeting and reconvene in the community room.
Pike's
We
Peak.
will now reconvene in the Pikes Peak conference room. Correct.
I don't know if council members Prang and Anderson can still hear me, but they just need
I
to.
can hear you, and I did receive a separate link.
Great, yes, just log into that Teams meeting as soon as we start it.
Thank you.
Just verifying that the YouTube is up and running. All right, we're good to go. All right, the time is now 10:25 and the executive session has been concluded. Present at the executive session were the following persons: Mayor Othaniel Sierra, Mayor Pro Tem Joe Anderson, council members Jack Bethel, Tina Prang, Rita Russell, Rick Summerson, and Stephen Ward, City Attorney Tamara Niles. I move to close the executive session. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you very much. Can we please vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Anderson,
Aye.
Member Bethel,
Aye.
Member Prang,
Aye.
Member Russell,
Aye.
Member Summerson,
Aye.
Member Ward,
Aye.
and Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
For the record, if any person who participated in the executive session believes that any substantial discussion of any matters not included in the motion to go into the executive session occurred during the executive session, or that any improper action occurred during the executive session in violation of the open meetings law, I would ask that you state your concerns for the record. All right, hearing none, we're moving on to reports from boards and commissions from our council liaisons. Go ahead, Member Bethel.
So reporting back from the Arapahoe Microtransit committee that I've been working with Arapahoe County on, there have been representatives from municipalities throughout Arapahoe County. The goal of the committee was to address micromobility needs throughout Arapahoe County, which is essentially connecting individuals to transit options, specifically in the first and last mile. So that can look like rides on demand or e-scooters or e-bikes or all kinds of different solutions. There was money within the county to focus on this issue, and we have been deciding on target areas to work on and to spend these funds on. Throughout the last 3 meetings, we have come to the exciting conclusion that Englewood will be one of the areas that they would like to focus on. So this district that, there's 2 districts that we'd like to focus on. One is a combination of Englewood and Littleton. The other is Arapahoe County, kind of near the courthouse, and overlapping with some of the new Denver Summit area. But the idea is that Englewood has enough workforce as well as residents that would utilize these options, that it presents a compelling argument to try these solutions in. So there's going to be some responsibility on our plate on how we want to work with Arapahoe County and the solutions that they present. That might look like us taking a look at micromobility devices like e-scooters and seeing if we want to allow them within Englewood, or facilitate a conversation about how they would be incorporated into the city. But very exciting. There is that pool of money that Arapahoe County is eager to spend in coordination with Englewood.
That's great news, Member Bethel. Thank you so much for that update. Member Summerson.
Yes, just from the Public Library Board, I know we recognized last Monday the children's librarians, and that was fantastic. But looking at all of their numbers, they broke almost every record they could have with the youth summer reading program, including completion. So people who actually came back and returned, I think they were up to 863 as of Wednesday of last week. So just really phenomenal team down there doing that. And then they brought up something that I thought was really interesting, that if you have a library membership, there is an opportunity for Learning Express prep and practice tests. So if you are studying for your SATs or some of the other things, there's actually through the library an opportunity to get some of those prep materials for free.
Thank you very much, Member Summerson. Don't see Mayor Pro Tem or Member Prang. So Mayor's Choice, moving on to recognition of City Manager Shawn Lewis on his retirement from the City of Englewood. Shawn, I think we're finally giving you a chance to breathe. I'm realizing going back to your start date back in 2019, like we basically just threw you into the fire from that point and kind of kept it going from their point forward. So obviously in 2019, it was a little bit actually a little bit over the year from the flood happening in Englewood. And then I think we were knee deep in just the conversations about infrastructure, water rate increases, things of that nature. And then 2020 obviously was COVID. And from there on, it was just one thing after another in terms of things that came in front of the city. And obviously you're going to be missed. I think how you handled so many of the different aspects and how you kept us moving forward, not only with the infrastructure projects that we have, but the emergency response plan that we put into place, everything that you did for the community, things that you stood up in terms of just our sister city with Belm. A lot of it was community focused, and there was just a lot of things that we accomplished in the 7 years that you were here as part of our city, Shawn. Obviously, you're going to be missed. I'll leave it to you. This is a week of celebration. I know that there's too many parties, I think is what you mentioned, in terms of we were trying to put more on your calendar and we were told not to. So, but no, Shawn, I guess I'll leave it to you as this being your final council meeting tonight. If there's anything else that you wanted to say for the public and for council.
Thank you, Mayor, for those kind words. Yeah, and really just thank you and the past councils going back to 2019 for giving me the privilege of serving in this role. You know, there have been exciting times, there have been challenging times. There are a lot of Monday nights that would have otherwise been, you know, ordinary, but there were really never any ordinary. I mean, we have always been dealing with challenges and issues and things that come up, and that really is the nature of government. And I think that, you know, through it all, it's just been such a team effort, I feel like, with the councils that we've had, the city attorney, deputy city manager, all of the leadership team, and the staff from, you know, everybody on the staff. It's just, I feel like the partnership has just been really, really strong, and it's really the reason why we've been able to do things. And, you know, you mentioned some of the projects and programs. Certainly, I'm proud of that work, but I think what I'm taking with me is just friendships and relationships that I know I'll have for many, many years. And I just really appreciate the opportunity to have served. Very confident in this council, in this staff, and in this community to really keep moving forward. And I know that there are a lot of great opportunities as well as challenges ahead. So I'll be cheering from where I'm at. And yeah, if there's ever anything that I can do, I'd be glad to help.
So Shawn, I think we have like a going away party on Wednesday. I think that's open to the public from 5 to 6. Is it here in this room? Is it in the atrium? It's going to be here in this room. So obviously I'll have more to say that evening as well. I think you know, we had 3 agenda items on the evening tonight and we're here at 10:30. So I think we're going full circle with us, always talking and having things to say about things for the city. But no, just again, Shawn, just thank you very much for everything that you brought to the City of Englewood. I'll say more on Wednesday evening, but you definitely put us in the right direction from where we were back in 2019 to now. So, so just thank you very much, Shawn. All right. I'll leave it to everyone if they want to say anything during their council member's choice, but I'll be really quick with mayor's choice. I think we need to have a larger discussion about this, so I'll just ask about this. But Member Russell, you alluded to earlier this evening about just our homeless response, and I just want to, I provided a response to a citizen business owner within the area that has not been too happy with our response, and I want to be more specific for members of, not only for the public and business owners, but also want to be on the same page with members of council on what our response is. And so obviously, like the way that I responded back to this business owner is that any encampments that are occurring within the city should be taken down. We need to enforce sit-lie policies, any type of illegal activity that's occurring, whether it's doing drugs or being intoxicated, that type of thing, shouldn't be dealt with. But there's things that we shouldn't be enforcing because they're not against the law, such as loitering, just people living their lives, whether they're just like laying in parks. That's not against the law. So those things I don't want to see us taking any type of bigger response. But overall, I think we just need to have a conversation in terms of what our strategy is and what we need to be doing further regarding just the homeless issue around South Broadway and just the city overall. So I think we're going to have a study session on it. Tim, I think we have it set for maybe October?
Yes, I believe it's it's tentatively set for, I believe, September 28th.
But if anybody has any remarks regarding that, but I think that that's something that we need to have on the agenda and speak about. So if anybody has any feedback regarding what I just stated, I believe everybody received their email response that I provided as well. So that's one thing. Steve, did you have anything to add regarding that topic overall, or?
Yeah, just, I concur. I think the risk we have with deferring till October is that the situation is probably going to be different in October, at the end of October, when the cold snap hits, than it is currently. So I really think overall, you hit on it. There needs to be a larger policy discussion. We need to decide what direction we want to move. We need to craft legislation that helps us move in that direction, and we need to be prepared for the consequences of whichever direction we take. And those are elements that I hope to have during that discussion in October.
Yeah. If there's any way that we can move that agenda item up, Tim, we'll try to figure that out as well. So we don't have a mayor managers meeting this Wednesday, but Tim, we'll talk and see if we can get that figured out. Lastly, regarding Mayor's Choice, obviously Englewood Block Party is this coming Saturday. I will be there. There is a booth for City Council. I'm not sure if anyone else has registered. I signed up for one of the blocks between 5:30 and 6:30 or something like that, but I'll be there. This Thursday, we also have our South Platte Renew annual meeting from 7:30 to 10. I will remember to be there at 7:30 this time around because last time I completely forgot and didn't show up till 8. So that's on the agenda. Pretty packed agenda. We have DDA on Wednesday. Friday, anybody that is the Englewood High School, we are VIPs that evening, so I will be there at 6 p.m. as well. I think I have something going on every single night this evening, but there's a lot going on in Englewood. And obviously there is no council meeting next Monday night, so just wanted to make everyone aware of that as well. So anyone else for council member's choice? Member Russell and then Member Ward.
I just want to weigh in on what you said about the homeless. I actually went to a different meeting and they are very upset about the homeless. Dan and I went down Saturday afternoon and got some dinner and talked with one of the employees where we got dinner. And basically what they've said, and listen, I have gotten so many emails from citizens about the mess down in the 32, 33, and 34, not just from the business owners, from people in the city. And the bottom line is this employee of the restaurant said to me, the problem is Denver began enforcing the law, and so they all come here, and we weren't prepared for that, and we're doing nothing. And if we don't step up to the plate, it's just going to continue to get worse. And I think we need to take that into consideration, that Denver's driving them this way. I don't know, I read something, I don't remember, I thought it was in some email about cities need to work together. Denver isn't obviously working with us, and we're not paying attention to what's going on. And so we need to get this addressed, and I think we need to get it addressed soon.
Thank you, Member Russell. Member Ward, do you have anything else, or?
Just a very brief update on the RTD situation. I scheduled today, I started the process of scheduling tours for 2 of the RTD directors with staff to kind of personally see some of the issues we have in the garage. And I don't know if somebody has the structural engineer's report convenient that they could send. I can look for it in our council packet, but I think that would be beneficial to the RTD staff and directors as well. But that is moving forward, and I think having them here, seeing it personally and walking through it with staff will help them bring that message to the meeting when RTD discusses abandoning the parking requirement.
Thank you, Member Ward. See no one else. And City Manager's report.
Nothing further from me, Mayor. Thank you.
All right, Shawn. You have one last chance, but thank you very much, Shawn. And with that, everyone, we are now adjourned. It's 10:40. We will see you hopefully all Saturday for the Englewood Block Party. Have a good evening, everyone.